It flows. It adapts. And it never stops moving. From the depths of the sea, I carried the power of the dragon. Silent, but fierce.
What's up, guys? My name is Preston Dornan, but you guys can call me Juvenile.
That's it.
I guess we'll see on the internet.
whoa. So फाइनली हम अनाउंसमेंट वीडियो शूट कर रहे हैं हमारे हेड कोच का. बट मैंने सोचा हम लोग इतना इंटरेस्टिंग कंटेंट पीस शूट कर रहे हैं तो थोड़ा आपको बिहाइंड द सीन्स मैजिक तो दिखाना बनता है, राइट? ये वो मोमेंट है जहाँ हमारा कोच रेडी हो रहा है. बोल रहा था थोड़ा नर्वस है, तो चलते हैं पूछते हैं क्या हाल है, क्या चल रहा है. You excited for your first shoot, photo shoot?
Yeah, I'm excited. It's just a visa shoot. This was way more complicated than just a visa picture.
I mean, it's for official documentation, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, goodbye American citizenship.
Yeah, man, this is something I've been wanting to do since I was like a kid, man. Like 10 years old, I've been wanting to braid my hair. So I'm gonna get my hair officially like braided for the shoot. Hopefully it turns out good after. I guess we'll see on the internet.
So बहुत ही कोजी है सलोन पे हम लोग आए हैं. एंड जो कोरियन एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उन लोग ने पूरा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ली है कि हमारे कोच जुवेनाइल को एकदम स्टार बना देंगे. ठीक है, ये तो बिफोर था. वो अभी मैजिक करेंगे, उसके बाद हमारा टर्न होएगा टू डू द मैजिक ऑन स्क्रीन. तो आई थिंक हमारा हेड कोच वापस आ गया है. लेट्स गो. आर वी रेडी फॉर दिस? आर वी रेडी फॉर दिस?
Ready?
Damn!
Hey! I love it. I love it. It feels really good. It looks nice. It feels good. Clean.
It's damn clean, dude. So this is your new look now?
For a week at least.
एक चीज़ मैं बोलना भूल गया कि हम लोग को कल शूट के लिए थोड़ी चीज़ें शॉप करनी थी, कॉस्ट्यूम वाइज एंड एक दो यूटिलिटी वाइज. बेसिकली हम लोग एक जैकेट ढूंढ रहे हैं सेक्सी जो जर्सी को छुपा पाएगा, एंड एक शेड्स ढूंढ रहे हैं. अब कैसे वो यूज़ करने वाले हैं वो आपको लगता है फाइनल वीडियो में ही पता चलेगा. आई थिंक विद दैट वी आर कंप्लीट विद आवर शॉपिंग. नाउ चलते हैं डायरेक्टली सेट पे. रेडी फॉर द शूट?
Ready, bro.
Yeah? Oh, whoa. What up? Looking good, man.
Thank you, man.
Actually, this suits you.
right?
Yeah. So हमारा जो DOP है वो कल अवेलेबल नहीं था, एंड अच्छा ही है बिकॉज कल काफ़ी ओवरकास्ट था, so there was no sunlight. आज लकीली सन निकला है, तो हम लोग ने जो शॉट्स प्लान किए थे उसके लिए वी नीडेड द सन, होपिंग जब हम बोट पे जाए तब मस्त सनलाइट आए एंड थोड़े सिलुएट शॉट्स एंड एवरीथिंग जो हम लोग ने प्लान किया है वो अच्छे से जाए. You're watching it like, huh? And then you look up. This guy?
Okay.
Okay, ready? So एक और लोकेशन खत्म हो गया है. How's it going so far?
Man, it's been amazing. I'm a little nerd from Texas starting my own movie right now.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, man, it's been so much fun. Like, this is all a dream come true, you know?
Okay, welcome to the last location. ये सबसे महंगा लोकेशन है. इसके लिए हम लोग ने बहुत रिसर्च किया. Basically, ये लोकेशन का नाम है सेबी आइलैंड एंड यहाँ से हम एक बोट पे जाने वाले हैं. और जो हमारा शूट का टेक्निकली लास्ट सीक्वेंस है वो हमारे फिल्म का ओपनिंग है. हम चाहते थे कि दिखाएं कि हमारा जो हेड कोच है वो लेवाइथन को छोड़ के लिटरली सोल सिटी शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं एंड ये उनका ओपनिंग शॉट है. सो लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोस.
Good thing or bad thing though.
Action. This is your moment. This is your city. Damn, ऐसा सनसेट पता नहीं कितने सालों बाद देखने मिला है. On the boat with the crew.
Thank you so much, T. Thank you so much, fans, man. You guys make this shit possible.
Action.
I know थोड़ा क्लीशे है but हम जा रहे हैं एक इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट. Are you excited by the way?
Oh man, I'm so excited right now. I got a bunch of suggestions from Twitter.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm so ready.
Be careful, it's a bit hot.
It looks very hot.
Hot, right?
Very hot, but it's good. It's very good, but it's hot.
Okay,
Should I be nervous?
you never had this, right?
No, I've never had this. Do I just eat it plain or stuff?
Yeah, just play. Okay.
It feels like it's a light bread.
Dal tadka, chicken tikka masala, butter chicken. Which one are you attacking first? Okay, moment of truth.
Let's try this with the bread and the chicken. Here we go.
It's too hot.
It's so good. So far, this wins.
The chili chicken?
Chili chicken wins.
ओके तो अभी और शूट नहीं करेंगे बिकॉज बहुत भूख लग रही है. शादी फोटोग्राफर नहीं है हम लोग बट ओवरऑल वर्डिंग अच्छा रहा है. ही रियली लाइक्स द फूड एंड मेरे को बोला दैट ही वुड लव टू ट्रैवल टू इंडिया एंड ट्राई सम पानी पूरी, चाट एंड पाव भाजी.
Be there soon.
Be there soon, right? So experience epic था. Any closing notes?
Oh man, it's absolutely amazing. I'm full. I'm about to go pass out and have the food come out.
So the only standing that's acceptable to me is
We will do whatever it takes to win.
no pressure. No pressure. He wasn't part of our tryouts. In fact, we had met Scream's agent at Champions and we had a discussion. The logic that we had right now for building our current roster is we're looking at very young blood, young gun players. The goal is to get experience and young firepower along with that experience. So Scream didn't fit into our plan, but he's a great player and I'm sure at some point in the future we'll get the chance to work with him. It just may not be this season because it didn't fit into our current project plan. I mean, this question remains the same regardless of whether it is GE or anyone else. We have actively seen this happen for any championship winning roster across all titles. This is not just in esports, even in sports, but I'll stick to esports and even in sports, I'll stick to Valorant. We've seen this as a curse. Almost every championship winning team has broken after they have won VCT for various reasons. Salary and payouts being one of them, because there's always someone who's going to want to value that player a lot more than what you feel they are worth. But at the same time, when you do win, the team gets monetized in many ways. So yeah, like we did see Genji retain the players that they wanted, even though they probably had to pay more, even though there were some players that were looking for other teams or whatever happened over there. The point being that there are going to be some scenarios in which we will have to step up, and in some scenarios where we will rather step down. That's going to be more dependent on the players than dependent on the cost of that player. So if there is a player who's worth it, we'd love to pay more. If there is a player that we can't justify the cost, it doesn't matter whether we have won or lost. If it doesn't justify the cost, if the value of the player doesn't justify the cost, we'll find someone else.
Expectations तो है जीतेंगे सब कुछ. To be fair, top 5.
So the last 2 seasons, I had kept a goal for standing and we did not hit that goal. So this season, we have only one and one goal: win as many games as possible. So the only standing that's acceptable to me is no pressure. No pressure. Just saying, we have to win as many games as possible.
Obviously, देख अगर हम give up कर देंगे तो how will everything work, right?
No, I don't think we will ever change our mindset to giving up regardless of how much we lose. And it has been years that we have been doing this across rosters. We have just been in VCT for 2 years, but we have been doing esports for a lot longer. And not just as Global Esports, all of us, we have competed on stage and we have won and lost and we have faced challenges. This is how sports is. This is how esports is. There will be wins, there will be losses. Someone has to win, someone has to lose. And that is just the nature of the sport. But it is our absolute responsibility to ensure we do whatever we can that we have to win. We have to make sure that we have to win and empower our staff, our players, our coaches, our fans, all of you with as many victories as we can. And that's what our goal is going to be. Yes, our goal has drastically shifted. In a lot of ways, what we wanted to do earlier was get a lot of things done. Now for us, getting it done isn't enough. If we don't win, it does not fulfill our criteria. So right now, priority is winning as many games as possible.
Best thing I personally learned was more in the lines of creating a good team environment and good team cohesion. Specifically ये सब चीज़ें spin tried to implement a lot in the team. So I think वो मेरी बहुत ज़्यादा learning बहुत अच्छी learning होगी और यही मैं और बाकी rosters में भी under G implement करूँगा.
The thing that literally sunk my heart was one of the matches. I found out that Polvi forgot his keyboard back at the boot camp after reaching the arena, just as they were getting called on stage. So that entire chaos of making sure that someone could go back, get his keyboard and ensure he had his keyboard just before the match started. Absolute chaos, worst moment. I would never want to go through that again, and I can't believe we let that slip through the cracks. That's absolutely our mistake and our fault. We should not have let that happen. But yeah, absolute worst moment for us from the season.
Best बहुत मुश्किल है बोलना है ideally. It wasn't a really good season for us. बहुत rough season था. But I think all the memories that we made with the players, coaching staff and everyone, that was, something I could cherish.
Right now, new jersey with your name printed on the back, especially the VCT, not this one that I'm wearing, the VCT edition, we are not currently selling those. We've kept that exclusive only to the players. But the unnamed jerseys are available. Currently, we're only shipping in India. International shipping will be coming soon, probably once the season starts. You'll get more details about that either on globalesports.com or gefighting.com. Yes. Already, if you go on Twitter, our coach has told Com that I'll see you in Paris. तो G और Leviathan का वहाँ मिलने का plan है. तो I'm just saying, confidence है. Now we have to win our matches and get them.
I think scrim में और tournament खेलने में बहुत difference है. Scrim में थोड़ा loosen up होते हैं, इतना nervousness नहीं होते. जब stage पे होते हैं तो वो nervousness kick in होता है धीरे-धीरे.
I think it's a massive difference because a scrim, you are kind of isolated. You're in your comfort zone. It's like playing in the comforts of your home. You are in a very closed and safe environment, while when you're playing on stage, you have hundreds of people screaming and cheering. You have casters, you have that environment, the spotlight is on you. You can see your opponents in the eye, especially every time you lose and you know you're the reason you lost, and you look up from your screen and you turn around, you see the entire environment. I think anyone who has ever been up on a stage and had to face an audience will know what that experience is like. People call it stage fright, but imagine that amplified into 100x because there's so many more action-packed moments happening. So every single round, you just turn around and you see that environment. I think that's very different from being in your boot camp or being in your house and competing. I think that's something that all our players need more experience of.
None. बिल्कुल भी फर्क नहीं पड़ता. We will do whatever it takes to win. So बाकी factors matter नहीं करते.
I would say both are equally important because coach आपका जितना भी अच्छा हो, at the end of the day, the players need to do everything in game, and at the end of the day, again, it also works vice versa. No matter how good your players are, if you don't have a guiding light telling them exactly what needs to be done and building that structure around them, then you do have some sort of lacks. So you need both sides of it. Coach be important hai, player be important hai. The way we would look at it, have a strong coach and a strong IGL and build around them, and then building maybe 4 young guns around the IGL and the coach. That is probably the ideal way, but there's many ways. There's no right way to build a roster. I think whatever works for each team has to play to their own pros and cons, their strengths and weaknesses.
गोल ये है कि जीतना है और सारे इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स में compete करना है.
Hey, coach. Juvenile,
Wait, what's that?
listen. I got something for you. We have to talk about the most stale meta in the entire game. We have to talk about Ascent. There's only one comp that's playable on this map. That's what everybody says. This map's solved. Nothing is new under the sun. I think it's time to start attacking this comp. As you know, Ascent is the most defense-sided map in the entire pool. At Champs, 47% win rate on attack, by far the lowest for any attack, but that is where this comp has the solutions. Harbor, Clove, Gecko, Sky, and Vice.
I'm watching. Keep going. You at least have me intrigued.
60% of attack-sided hits don't work because they just get stuck in the choke point. So we're going to take a map that is not attack-sided and we're going to turn it into an attack-sided map. We're going to execute A with the harbor roll. He's going to throw the wall, so we're going to take 50% of the site. There's going to be a cove that lands here, and all we have to do is just get into A main.
Okay.
We can rip Guiding Light here to make sure nobody's close. Everybody's concerned, oh, we don't have a duelist. How are you going to enter on the A site? Well, guess what? We don't need to, because Little Man is going to do the planting. Wingman goes in, plants the spike in the cove. They have no idea what's going on. We can close the door, we can put up a shear so that once they break the door, boom, there's a wall. By that time, we're gonna have Clove smokes up, we're gonna have a ton of flashes, and once the spike is down, everybody knows your win rate in the round, if you have even numbers, goes up 80%.
Okay, coach, I like what you're cooking. What other type of plans do you think would work in this situation?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Because we could flash out and play, we can even spin the object with
Tell you this right now. Cook this comp. You're throwing the harbor wall right here. You're gonna throw a sky flash to the wall over here on the left side.
Listen, this is one of many coming your way.
By the way, coach, you haven't said hello.
What are you talking about? We've been talking this whole time.
Oh man, I mean the fans.
Let's cook.
You gotta wait till our first event.
In the off season?
Player standing.
Elbow.
Spike down A. One enemy
Elbow.
remaining.
Elbow. Easy. Nice. Oh shit. What?
One enemy remaining.
Easy! You know? Who are you, bro? Who are you? G fighting, you know? G fighting. 2 default.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Ah! Yummy!
Honest speed no.
Did you win, right?
No.
Oh, we win, eh?
I have the spike. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Ano tol? Easy! Here and here.
One enemy remaining.
Papi,
Nice.
chulo.
One enemy remaining.
One side.
I got spike.
1 HP.
One enemy remaining.
We go again.
Spike down.
Hey guys, club elbow, club elbow. Q info ba? Just help your...
Last player standing.
Hi.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Holy mama.
Guys, this season for every match, when Patrick Hu does something insane, we type Patrick Hu.
One issue.
Maybe main.
Care.
When he does something dumb, we type Patrick Y.
One enemy remaining.
Break drone.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. No, you just throw around. What the fuck?
Hello there.
Embarrassing.
Next side.
One enemy remaining.
Yum. Eco kill. Yum. Jiggle ka, please, jiggle. Tawin na!
What's your gun?
One enemy remaining.
Take my battle.
You ready for this one tap? It's the clove. It's the clove, bro.
Club, over.
Go.
One enemy.
Streaming. One free.
One enemy remaining.
Sleep, brother.
Down.
Let him so dumb.
One enemy.
Don't give him, guys.
Ace, keep me, fuck you, man.
No.
Bro, what's swing him? What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Neo. 4A.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Last was A. Just
Give
go.
me ace. What is this game, bro?
1B. Cashin.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. EE Yokam E som given.
No, this is Patrick.
Sure, yeah, PoE is like money on that game actually. Look at this. Look how fast I'm a ninja. This is look pro gamer.
Tumablash ka ba? Tumablash ka ba?
2.
Iling.
Flank, right? Flanking.
I was your upper. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Amen. Uy.
One enemy remaining.
Optic, yay, masterclass.
That's behind the box. Nice, you come.
Easy.
Crook here, crook here. Side here. City. You have drone. Oh, the goat.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
DB1. Ah.
Coach, now I am subscribed to GE Valorant. Don't you lie. Don't you lie. I am subscribed. I'm definitely subscribed.
ग्लोबल esports के VCT ऑफ सीजन इवेंट की अनाउंसमेंट फेस ऑफ। ये एक यूनिक 6 दिन का एग्जीबिशन सीरीज है जिसमें ग्लोबल esports की 2025 वैलोरेंट रोस्टर एशिया के सबसे बेस्ट टीम्स के अगेंस्ट लड़ेगी। डेली बेस्ट ऑफ 3 मैचेस होंगे और रोज अलग अलग इंटरनेशनल टीम्स दिखेंगे। ये एक्सपीरियंस हमारे VCT टीम के लिए एक तैयारी है ताकि जब सीजन शुरू हो तो ये टीम फुल्ली प्रिपेयर्ड हो, दिमाग से भी और स्किल से भी। फेस ऑफ उनके लिए एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बन जाएगा जहां हमारे प्लेयर्स प्रेशर कैसे संभालते हैं वो टेस्ट होगा, और फैंस के लिए भी ये एक स्पेशल मोमेंट है क्योंकि वो पहली बार इस रोस्टर को एक्शन में देखेंगे। 18 to 23 नवंबर ग्लोबल esports के वैलोरेंट यूट्यूब चैनल पर और ट्विच चैनल पे भी मिस मत करना।
He wasn't even the top 3 Indian players as far as performance goes. If we don't make champs, it is a failure of a season. The year that I made this alias, the #1 song in the United States was Back That Ass Up by Juvenile. And so yeah, that's how I got my alias, bro. It's from the rapper Juvenile, Back That Ass Up. I was in talk with a couple other orgs. I went with a GE because I thought I had a real chance to win with an APAC based off of last season, and that I think that the bottom of APAC is a little weak and that the top of APAC is something that you can break into reasonably and make champs. On top of that, the org itself stands for a lot of alike, man. You guys are all ex-esports players. You guys are all ex-pros. You guys really love the game, and I feel like that's me too, man. Like I'm a fan of esports. I just love seeing it successful. I love seeing other people like-minded like that just love esports as a whole, and that's something that GE really brought. I think as an org, which is something that's different than other orgs. I mean, Aspas had so many options, and you know he obviously requires a big bag to sign Aspas, and so yeah, that would be the main reason. I mean, I'm happy with the players we got. I'm happy with the team we got. So yeah, I don't have any regrets about who we got or didn't get for sure. I just grew it out. It's been growing out for like 7 years. The way to keep it nice, use nice shampoo, use a nice conditioner, and brush it a bunch. I've done it my entire career. My entire career, if you go back at every game I've ever played, every team I've ever coached, I just bring success in general. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so confident, is because I'm confident in my ability to turn any talented player into a good player. Being talented doesn't mean you're good, but being talented means you have the ability to be good. And I'm very confident in my ability to teach the game and to teach the game the correct way. I think there's gonna be some barriers, but the reality is like everyone's in this entire scene is doing the same thing, right? Like every team in APAC is here. For us, I'm gonna go out to dinner with the players. We're gonna have dinners together. We're gonna have stuff together. We're working out together 3 times a week. That's gonna be something to help us build camaraderie as a whole, for us to get used to each other. We're all gonna enjoy the city itself, and Korea is amazing, man. Whatever the players want, Filipino food, whether we want Korean food, whether we want Tex-Mex, whether we want Italian, everything as far as that goes here is available, and we just gotta go and find it. And that's part of the fun, is going to explore it together. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have a performance coach for the season, and so that's somebody that's definitely gonna help with that. And then in general, like I don't pick up players that have tilt issues or rage issues or any kind of issues. Like that's something that's very important to me in the process of picking players. Is like if I see, and like I've been around long enough that I can almost tell you instantly which players are gonna be toxic and which are not. I know this sounds crazy, but like I've just done the team building thing. I've built 100 teams in my career, man. I've had to rebuild my teams 100 different times. Talent definitely trumps all, but if you're a bad teammate, your team's not going to win. The players aren't fixing each other's mistakes. You know what I mean? They're not getting mad at each other because I'm the bad guy. I'm the one telling you did something stupid. I'm the one telling you did something dumb. I don't need your teammate bitching at you or doing this. I bitch at you and do that. So I let myself be the bad guy and let the players just be players. Level these days. So yeah, that's sort of how I got into it and why I got into it. Yeah, he was there and he played okay. Not great, obviously. I would say he wasn't even the top 3 Indian players as far as performance goes. I'm actually gonna give you a list of top 3. The top 3 that actually impressed me most was Lightning Fast was first. He was actually the closest to making the team. And then I think Venka and Techno were the next 2, and for me that impressed the most. I think Venka is a duelist that shows talent, but just raw, very raw with decent upside. But he's got to live up to the expectation. He's got to keep grinding. He's got to keep playing. He's got to put the work in. And then Techno, I felt like was just solid. He was very solid overall. He had good comms. He had good decision making, good util usage. You know, just needs a little bit more time to polish everything. You might see a different community, Indian community next season, and a different teams coming out of Southeast Asia as far as being able to compete at Ascension. Hey RV, I maybe from stream today, but yes, I agree 100%. We have to work harder than the other teams, and that doesn't necessarily mean playing more. It means playing more efficiently, working harder as far as like how we're working. So every day we come to scrims, like I don't allow like goofing around, and I don't mean not goofing around. We have fun. I mean like we play scenarios the way we should be playing them.
Get ready for the ultimate showdown at Global Esports Face-Off. From November 18th to 23rd, we face a new opponent each day in an intense best-of-3 series. Witness the Global Esports 2025 VCT roster in action, clashing against some of Asia's best teams, pushing our roster's strength, strategy and spirit to the absolute limit. This show will be narrated by some of the finest talent in VALORANT on the casting desk, and our coaches themselves will step in to break down the plays on the analyst desk. 6 days, 6 opponents. Every match, every round. GE is going all in against all. Catch it live on the Global Esports VALORANT and YouTube Twitch channels. Get ready for the ultimate showdown at Global Esports Face-Off. From November 18th to 23rd, we face a new opponent each day in an intense best-of-3 series. Witness the Global Esports 2025 VCT roster in action, clashing against some of Asia's best teams, pushing our roster's strength, strategy and spirit to the absolute limit. This show will be narrated by some of the finest talent in VALORANT on the casting desk, and our coaches themselves will step in to break down the plays on the analyst desk. 6 days, 6 opponents. Every match, every round. GE is going all in against all. Catch it live on the Global Esports VALORANT and YouTube Twitch channels.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what has been a really anticipated amount of time that has passed for an amazing event. Global Esports finally coming on the stage in this offseason to show what they can do. Ladies and gentlemen, officially, welcome to Face Off Global Esports. I'm Universe, and with me, I've got our assistant coach, the man himself, Elevated, the man who speaks numbers, stats, and everything that makes the game work in the ways that it does. Welcome, Elevated. First of all, welcome to GE. How's your day been? How's your, last 2 months been?
What's up, Universe? First of all, it's good to be on the desk with you. It's first time working with you, so it should be fun. I mean, my last 2 months has been wild. I'm just going to put it that way. I'm not going to explain anything. It's just been wild. So that's all I can say.
All right, I can see that you're, really, the guy with the numbers, right? And you've put in a lot of work to even, get into this roster as well. You were a part of the creating team for this roster, right? You were the one who were, taking charge of the, players who were playing, who should be playing where. What exactly led you to getting these 5 players on Global Esports?
Sure. Yeah. So I was not part of the team for the open qualifiers, but once the closed qualifiers, like it was like 90 players, I think. Closed qualifiers still 90 players, something like that. So ever since then, I was involved in watching the trials, helping give feedback, pick the players, that type of thing. And honestly, I think we did a lot of eye test. You just like watch the games, you see who looks good, who seems to be making good decisions. Obviously we had them calming, so listening, who's bringing good mood, who's bringing good comms, that type of thing. And then also we just kept stats of every single game as well. And so we ended up not only picking the people who I think probably had the 5 best comms for their respective spots, the 5 highest potential mechanically on the eye test, and then also they just were statistically the best player in each role, honestly. So everything just kind of lined up, and that's who we got. So yeah, I'm really excited for this roster for that reason, because I feel like we really kind of like, we threw a very wide net and we ended up with 5 players who kind of like met all of the criteria to be insane.
Yeah, I feel like, we've got a really, solid, clutch potential kind of roster. And I really love every single player that we selected, especially, given the fact that we've seen these players perform in tier 2 constantly at the highest level, every single one of them. And speaking about every single one of them, I want you to give me a little bit of your opinion, right? What each player brings to the table. Let's start with Crystal. He won, of course, the Chinese Ascension, and he's now here in Global Esports. What are your thoughts about him? Give me a little bit of an insight as to what kind of a player Crystal is.
Yeah, so Crystal first came on my radar actually back when he was playing in Tier 2 Japan on Scars. I think that was like maybe the first time I watched him play. And it was him and something that were tearing it up. It was like every single like Japanese split that was like Crystal and something were like the top 2 players there. So I've kind of known about him for a little bit, but when I saw him play on the Chinese teams, I mean, it's just crazy. Like, he deserves to be in VCT. Like, he won. So if he wasn't in VCT, it would be a tragedy. And honestly, just day in and day out during practice, he proves that just with the level of impact that he has. So I'm very excited to see him, get his birthright, right? He deserves to be here. So I'm glad that we get to give him the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, even I remember watching, Crystal back in Scars, in the last Ascension. Of course, they made it that far as much as they did, but unfortunately just couldn't get over that last step. And this time, at least, he made it, and now he's here. Speaking of another person who came from the same region to this team, Orangutan, who, of course, did not win the Ascension, but is still here as a player who proved his right. Tell me a little bit about this soft-spoken man from Korea.
Yeah, so Yudo is not really on my radar too much before last year. Obviously, we got to see a bit of what he can do at the Ascension tournament, but he's kind of been like, for me, he's kind of been the standout surprise of the roster so far, just because he made it undeniable that we had to sign him during trials, and then coming into the team, I was not totally sure how he would fit in, just like, because I didn't get to hear too much of him during the trials. Like, his comms were kind of low. I think it was like literally his mic was too quiet because his comms were good, but like I couldn't hear him, But yeah, he's been insane for the team. Like, he's switched roles. His communication is really, really good. And it's obviously nice to have the hometown buff, right? We get a little the Korean magic on our team,
yeah,
so
absolutely.
Let's go.
All right. I mean, last year has been the Korean year, right? Of course, due to Genji. Maybe a little bit of that, region magic does come into our plate. Speaking of magic, we've got a really solid core of 3 Filipinos coming into the team. First of all, one of them being an absolute veteran, an experienced guy who's probably been the top rated in almost every tournament he plays, Poppy, who deservedly should have been in VCT, I think a little bit a while ago, but now he's finally here with GE. Thoughts on Poppy? Elevated.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy's great. He's really just he's like the safe pair of hands for the team, right? So it's like we've got some inexperienced players. There's no disguising that, and some of the time they're going to do inexperienced things. And luckily, we have Papi Chulo, kind of like he's like the goalie, right? He's like the back line to make sure that we don't troll these rounds, basically.
Fair enough. Yeah, he has that clutch potential. We've seen him pull off 1v2s, 1v3s, in most scenarios in his previous teams. But he's got so much going for him. Of course, on the same side of the coin, we also got Kelly S, who now is going to be leading this team. What was the decision behind it? How did Kelly S end up in that role, considering all things that you had on your plate?
Yeah, I mean, just day in, day out during the trials, I thought he was doing a very good job leading the team when we would just assign him 4 random players to IGL, and he would do a great job. And he was also fragging out the whole time and playing multiple different agents. So it was just like the whole package is exactly what you want as like a core leader for the team.
That's nice. It's great to feel confident about Kelly as taking up that leading position. And of course, last but not the least, the youngest, but also probably the most powerful in terms of raw aim, Patrick Y, a lot of personalities there. But tell me a little bit about this kid, because his Neon Jet in those, highlight reels we've seen so far has been amazing.
Yeah, so I mean, I should just answer this as like Patrick, we'll see. And he's great. He's just like every other insane 18-year-old crazy aimer that you have ever played and ranked. He's styling on you. He enjoys being better than people, and he plays with a lot of flair, which is kind of what you want in the duelist role. It's like you want somebody who is unafraid to face down Boss and texture in the server, and Patrick is that guy. He doesn't care who he's swinging. He's just gonna swing him, and you better be ready, basically.
I had a word with Juvenile, and he said Patrick is in a state where he actually doesn't know what pressure really is, in the sense. Is that kind of one of what he plays with? That's why he's not afraid of who comes in front of him?
I don't know. Honestly, he's surprisingly mature in certain ways. He's obviously still a kid, but he's said certain things and had little moments where I'm he understands what's going on. It's not just completely just W key, head empty, no thoughts, right? there's stuff going on in there. So I'm hoping that he can handle the pressure. I think he will. He's got a lot of stuff to live up to. Juvy's not afraid to put the pressure on him, and neither am I. And so it's gonna be one of those trial by fire things, but he's a good kid. I think he's gonna be able to do it.
Well, we're hoping so. He's been amazing in these highlight reels. Every single ranked gameplay stream or video that we've seen, I've seen of his, especially that Neon, he just slides around killing people like it's nothing. It would be really fun to see him do that on tier 1 as well. But speaking of the team as a whole, Elevated, what makes you feel like this team is going to do well this year? What have you seen in the last 3 weeks of practice that you think has, shown this team to be a team that can actually compete at the highest level?
Well, so I think the first part is that I think that the way we put the team together was intelligent. And this is not just being we're smart as coaches, but we legitimately like I said, we had this big tryout process. We kind of allowed the skill to rise to the top, and then both Juvenile and I had some very long conversations about just kind of what we're looking for in players, how we like to think about the game, what sort of approach we have to the game. And so we got on the same page about a lot of things very early on. And I think that's super important in the coaching staff, that they understand each other and can communicate effectively the ideas that we have to each other, so we can then get on the same page to communicate them to the team, right? You have to all be on the same page. Valorant is a game that, in my opinion, is very, very fluid, because there's new patches, there's new agents, there's new maps. Riot might just take a map out of the pool the day before the event. You have to be ready to adapt on the fly. And so it's really important that everybody has good communication and the ability to bring their own stuff to the team, because otherwise the workload is too much. You can't just have one coach do everything. It's not possible, because there's too much going on in the game. So everybody has to be able to bring their own ideas to the table with confidence and be able to communicate them effectively. And so I think we did a really good job building a team that can do that. You know, and at the end of the day, it's kind of up to us to realize the potential that I think we have. But
yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I've probably watched more I say this not as a flex. I've probably watched more Valorant than anybody alive, other than maybe Sliggy and TMV, because I've watched every official game by every team in every region since First Strike. Okay,
Wow.
So my brain only replays Valorant. Like I'm just sort of computized through brute force what a good Valorant play is, and I feel like we make a lot of good Valorant plays. You know, we do some stupid stuff sometimes, but from what I've seen, and if I can trust my own eyes, I think that we're pretty good.
Well, I mean, it does sound like a crazy flex to say that, you know, you watched every single game of every region since First Strike. Hopefully that's been helping you out as well. But there is a bunch of things that I did want to ask you apart from you know, GE side of things. You know that, you know, of course, Global Esports has originated from India, and you've seen a bunch of players from here as well. I'm pretty sure in those, you know, tries you would have had a look at them, if not even the, you know, close trials. But tell me a little bit about what you know about these Indian players. You know, what have you thought about South Asia as a region?
So I'm going to be perfectly honest. I'm going to have to lean on you a little bit to tell me some of the stories, just because you know, there's too much Valorant to watch straight up. The last Indian tournament that I watched was probably Convergence, I think. And, you know, every now and then I'll just kind of like pick a region, you know, like Vietnam or India or, you know, the Scandinavian regions, just to like watch a couple of games throughout the season. But my main focus has always been VCT, and there's just not enough time to watch all the games. So from what I remember, Indian players are kind of in that spot where they have pretty good aim, pretty good mechanics, but the structure of most of the teams is not very good. And so, like, you know, there's ideas, but a lot of it is like kind of copy paste what they see better teams doing without full understanding of why these teams are doing those things. So the strategic depth hasn't been there, in my opinion, to like enable the mechanics to actually shine. And so that sort of like disconnect keeps them from kind of like taking that next level. But yeah, I mean, maybe you've seen more. You've obviously been a little bit more involved than I have this last season. So yeah, what have you seen? Maybe you can educate me.
I mean, Convergence was actually one of, you know, the higher points as well, right? Global Esports was playing back there with the previous iteration, but you know, we had a lot of stuff go around. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, we can talk about all of this a little later, because we've right now got our coach waiting for us to interview him. He's going to talk about the team and a lot more. Please welcome GE Juvenile.
What's up, guys? What's up, guys?
Hello,
How you guys
coach.
doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. We're having a party in here, as you guys can see.
Nice. All right. It seems like
I can't believe they gave you a jersey already.
You have some in the apartment. They're waiting for you, bro. Hurry up.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Coach, I need a little bit of insight here, right? You've been with the team, of course, for the last 3 weeks. They just landed in, of course, at the boot camp as well. But you've been practicing for close to a month right now. How's the progression been for the team?
Good. I mean, we started out really good. Like, the talent was obvious pretty much day one. But we've cleaned up a lot of mistakes. We've gotten more cleaner, more consistent. We're playing, quote unquote, you know, the right way to play and stuff like that. And so that's definitely the main progress so far. And I feel like it's been noticeable progress, honestly.
All right. There is, of course, a bunch of good things that we've seen recently in terms of highlight clips. You know, Patrick, who's been on a bit of a roll, he's playing really well with the duelist, at least in the highlights and stuff. But I want to hear from you. What's the good stuff that you've seen from the team so far that they've really, you know, they've shown that, okay, they've got, you know, the medal for this? What have you seen that's the good stuff for the team so far?
I mean, everything, bro. Like, I mean, the only thing bad right now is we suck at you know, anti-ecos.
My
or
strats are good.
ecos. His strats are the best comps in the whole world. We're gonna have the best everything. No, it's just seriously been really good. Obviously we're not perfect by any means. No team in the world is perfect. But I feel like you know, we're doing really good. And our strengths is definitely our just overall talent. The talent in this team, I think, is extremely high, and I think you guys will see that today, and hopefully you guys will be excited for the season.
All right. A question to both of you, actually, this one. What made you gravitate towards GE? What made you join GE in the first place?
Go ahead, Elevate. I'll answer a sec.
Well, I wanted a shot in tier 1, and they gave me a shot in tier 1. But honestly, after talking with the thing is like knowing that I was going to probably come in as an assistant coach, I have to vibe with the head coach. And after talking with Juvie about the game, I thought it was going to be a fun project where like we could bring different things to the table in different ways, and complementary skills might make us sort of like level up. So yeah.
Yeah, and then for me with GE, I mean it's a little similar, which like the offer was there, but also like I really thought that I could win in APAC. You know, APAC last season, outside of maybe the top 5 or 6 teams, right? So 6 was secret, right? So outside
Yeah.
of that, pretty much, I think there was a considerable fall off in the teams at that range, and then even you know, making champs, I feel like is a reasonable expectation as long as you can build a good roster, coach correctly, and you have you know, everything down. And so that's one of the big reasons. And then GE in themselves, the talk I actually had an in-person talk with them at Champs. And after having the talk with, is actually Bavin, or Hell Ranger for you guys. After having that talk, I just sort of like, I like their thought process. I like their ideas. And I really like that it was a bunch of ex-players. You know, the org is filled with like gamers. Like everyone here is gamers. They're not, they didn't come in this to make money. They didn't come in this to do this. It was purely just to, you know, do something great for the Indian community as a whole. And then just their own passion, which I really love.
Yeah, I mean, it has been really great to have you both here, especially with the fact that you, you know, have been connected with the audience really well, right? With the recent streams and stuff. Speaking of the audience, they've been waiting to see what exactly is going to be the schedule looking like. So today we're going to be looking at which team is going to be facing off. We've got a great game today. We're facing off against, of course, Orangutan. Let's have a look at them as well. Juvie, I want you to give me a little bit of your, you know, expectation. What exactly are you looking at from this Indian roster of 5 men?
Yeah, I mean, we trialed definitely some of these. Techno and Vinka both were trialing. They were really good players. I generally thought they were good. They just need a little bit more polish. But the roster as a whole, I actually watched their last season when they ended up playing in the grand finals. And they looked good, man. They looked really good. Like they're really talented. Vinka was doing like, he had like an ace on Icebox, and like there was just a lot of good stuff. And the way they were playing was like, I felt like the correct way to play. They were using util correctly, clearing angles correctly, working together correctly. And so I thought it was way higher, a way higher play than I originally had imagined. So yeah, definitely excited. I think these guys are going to be good.
Well, Elevate, I did want to ask you. We just spoke about the Indian player conversation just right now, but you know, this is a squad that 2 of which players I believe you've seen, like Juvie just mentioned, Techno and Venka. You know, you did see them in those tryouts, and of course they were, you know, doing stuff they could not, of course, make it through. But I want you to tell me what your opinion is on the fact that this team is probably just almost as old as our roster as well, GE's roster. They've just been formed probably 2 months prior to when GE was formed. Do you think that, you know, that newness of GE might come into play here, or will they be, you know, pretty much sorted no matter what happens?
Well, I mean, I like that because then that gets to sort of, that's on me and Juvenile. It's like how well did we, you know, mold the team over the last month and a half, and that's what you guys will get to see hopefully is like you know, most of the time in the server it's going to be Patrick Hu, it's going to be Udaton, it's going to be the cool plays, but this is a moment where maybe Juvenile and I get to show a little bit like, hey, we know what we're doing because we've had very little time and our results are pretty good as a result.
Yeah. Do you think that, you know, of course, the element of surprise that you might bring to the table is something that OG might not be prepared for? Or do you think, you know, you might, you know, not be ready for what they've got in store? Maybe they could come up with something different, because last year we saw in Convergence, True Rippers almost beat that Gen G team, right? So do you guys feel like there's something similar, or is G in the clear here?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is like, I mean, the tier 2 teams, I said this, our entire team is made up of tier 2 players, guys. You know what I mean? We have 5 tier 2 players. And so it's not like these guys are just magically going to be 1,000 times worse than what we are, etc. The top tier 2 players, I feel like, are just as good as tier 1 players in this game. It's just there's other things that go into it, right? Coaching staff, strats, experience, all these other things. So I definitely think that there should not be a huge talent difference here, and I think this is going to be a good match overall. But the reality is, like, we need to win. You know, that's the reality. We you know, the expectation is we're going to win, you know, at least 5-6 out of these matches, and so that's the plan.
Yeah, well, to be fair, OG, this squad is actually really, really, interesting squad as well. It's really loved by the people of our country right now because it's a bunch of youngsters who've shown potential, have done really well in the past, and I myself have seen them grow for the last 2 years. So I'm actually kind of, really hopeful that this is going to be a close matchup because most of them there are friends of mine, and I would really love to see them, do well against a tier one team. But speaking of a little bit of a different side, Juvi, you've been in connection with the audience, right, for the last couple of days. How's the interaction been with the Indian fans for you? I see that you're getting a lot of love from them.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm getting so much love from them, but I also love them, man. Everyone's great. Like even just like yesterday, like I sort of told them this. Like yesterday wasn't such a great day for me, like mentally, but like when I hopped on stream, bro, like I was happy. Instantly, my mood changed. I was chill, like I was having fun, and so like yeah, I really enjoy hanging out with them, man. It's just like hanging out with the boys. Everyone's been amazing. There's not been a single negative comment, and I expect that to continue throughout the season.
Yeah, Elvira, I think it's time for you to start streaming as well. Get you a little bit of that Indian love.
Bro,
He's
I
shy.
mean,
He's shy.
when I have a little bit more time, but yeah, I'm not a people person, honestly. I like to yap, but I'm not a people person. But I'll stream every now and then. I don't know.
I'll make him get on my stream. Don't
It's
worry,
all right.
guys.
He'll get there. He'll get there. He'll get there. It's slow and steady. No problem. Juby, one more thing I did want to ask you. Right, you are a coach who's been to champions. It's inevitable that you've got experience of the absolute highest order. What was it like being in champions, and how is it different from what we see on our screens? Tell me a little bit about that experience.
Champions was the sickest thing I've ever been a part of in like the 20 plus years I've been a part of esports. It was so amazing. It's a 30,000 people in the stadium or 28, whatever the number was, 9 million people watching from home. Like it was a sick experience, super cool. And yeah, I want to experience that again this year. Like that's one of my main motivations this entire season is to make champs because it is one of the coolest events in the world for sure. And yeah, I want GE to be a part of that. I want the Indian fans to be a part of that. I want you guys to have someone to root for at this event.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been looking forward to it. Yes, Elevated.
I just wanted you to maybe explain what's going on with the flashing lights. Why are you raving in the office when we're supposed to be playing a game?
Yeah. So first off, we just decided when no playing matches we're gonna party. No, really. So the thing is it's just like champs, just like events on these stages. Like there's lights flashing, there's fans screaming, there's noise being made. So we don't need to play in a silent environment. My entire reason for this entire show matches for me is to get as much experience as we can and replicate on stage. We weren't able to have a LAN event this year, this off season. So for me, this is the closest we're gonna get, and this is how I'm gonna get the players ready. So these lights are pretty much just to annoy the players. That's the only reason they're installed. That's how can I annoy them as much as possible, and replicate match day as much as possible. So that's why we're doing all the interviews, all the different stuff. Is gonna look like what this is gonna look like on match day, and we're doing what we can right now.
Thank you, Costas. I have with me the coach of Global Esports, Juvenile. Also, I have with me my first copy, the coach of Orangutan, Hacker. How are you guys?
Good, man. Good.
Hello.
Nice to meet you,
Hello,
Hacker.
Hacker.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too, Juvenile. Hello, JD भाई, आपका छोटा भाई आ चुका है.
Both of you. This is the most important part of today's game. This is the map veto. According to me, this decides how the match is going to go ahead. Are you guys ready for the veto?
Yeah.
Yes. Let's go.
Perfect. So it's going to be a coin toss. This is going to be tails. This is going to be heads. Who would like to call?
Juvenile, you can call.
Tails never fails.
Okay, Juvenile. Okay, tails never fails. Let me. It is tails. Juvenile.
Okay.
Would you like to ban first or would you like to pick first?
Team B.
Okay. Give me your ban.
So I have to ban first, correct?
Yeah, you ban.
Yes,
Abyss,
Hacker.
sir.
Yeah, we ban Abyss.
Okay. Orangutan bans Abyss. Hacker, before I go ahead, any particular reason why you're banning Abyss?
I think we are not that prepared on that map, to be honest. We have been experimenting a lot, and I feel that we still are not quite there yet in terms of the composition that we would love to play on that map. So we're still in the experimental phase. But for the rest 6 maps, I think we are pretty prepared. So let's go with our strengths, right?
Cool. Abyss is banned by Orangutan. Juvenile, you're banned.
Let's go ahead and ban bind.
Bind ban, okay.
Okay. Global Esports bans Bind. Any particular reason, Juvi?
Yeah, man. We just limited amount of time. We can't show everything. Nah, we have some cool stuff that we want to cook up on all the different maps. So we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Orangutan,
Okay.
you pick.
We have to pick first. 1 second. Let me discuss.
It's getting exciting, guys.
We pick Haven.
Okay. OG's first pick, Haven. G, your pick.
We'll pick Sunset.
Sunset.
One of my
Okay.
favorite maps, Sunset, coming in by Global Esports. Again, Hacker, on to you. Expand.
Yes. Let me discuss. Wait.
Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, tock.
We ban Ascent.
Okay, Ascents will ban. G, your last ban.
Let's go ahead and ban split play Pearl.
Okay, so the third and deciding match will be Thor. Guys, that was the match veto. Casters, take it away.
Well, that was quite an experience. I don't think we were ready for that, Jimmy. You got a little startled there in the beginning. But thank you, JD, so much for the unique experience. I'm pretty sure, guys, you've never seen anything like this, only on the Global Esports channel. So if you haven't already, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, subscribe to Juvie, Elevated as well. He's got everything, it only happens here, guys. All right, so we've got a decent set of maps here. We've got Haven, we've got Sunset. Juvie, how are we feeling about Haven? What are you expecting from Haven? What are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, Haven's a pretty set meta. I don't think there's gonna be anything crazy. Every team runs pretty much the same comp with maybe a different duelist, but for the most part, it's pretty set in stone at this point. So I expect the same. It comes down to a lot of mid rounding, us making the right adjustments, and us having, honestly, more than anything, having your retakes down. And so we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm feeling confident. Our map pools, I think right now, our map pool in general is really good, and so really any maps we played, I think we'd feel good on. But I think this is the three that yeah, we're definitely confident in.
Okay, here we have a little bit of a look at the players' little setup. We've got a bunch of lights here, and hopefully the sounds, which we can't hear right now, but they will be simulated for them. But Elevated, tell me a little bit about Sunset. Why is that pick coming? Is there something like particular about it? Because just a little bit of comparison, last season Sunset, although we picked it ourselves, wasn't that great of a map. What changes can we see this time on Sunset?
Well, I mean, Juvie's the GOAT. He did the perfect map veto as always. And, I think Sunset is just another one of those maps that's going to let us show exactly who we are as a team. How's that for a PR answer?
Fair enough. I get it. I mean,
I can't give you too much. I'm trying to
Yeah.
toe the line here. Caster, coach.
Yep. Fair enough. All right. Let's talk about a little bit about what do you expect from Orangutan to come in? Because they have played Haven just pretty recently. In the last tournament they played the Penta Pro Series, and they did bring in the Yoru ISO comp along with an Omen, Sova, and Cypher. What do you think about that comp? Playing on Haven, it wasn't the best of maps that ended off for them. But what do you guys think about the ISO Yoru comp?
It's obviously a very good comp, right? It's the one that Fnatic ended up making correct. And so for that, honestly, a lot of the stuff we did on Haven is going to be a little bit similar to Lev. And when I made some of the stuff, or we had ideas for some of this stuff, it was within mind of countering Fnatic comp. And so really, I think we have a good chance of playing against this comp. I think we understand how to play against it. I've done anti-prep before against Fnatic at Champs, and so I think we have a chance, to sort of show that the comp is not unbeatable goated comp. You know, it definitely is. It has its own weaknesses, and so I feel like yeah, we'll do good.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what you guys are going to be coming up with. Are we going to have Neon on Patrick Koo, or are we going to see a Jet, maybe some other comp? We've seen a lot of that stuff, go through. But right now, I think we've got, the players just ready uploading into the lobby. We're going to be heading into the game
I'm
pretty
excited to
soon.
see who ISO duels first. That's my favorite part about this map. Who's going to get the first ISO duel?
I'm not sure if OG are gonna stick to this comp, just to maybe throw you guys a curveball. Maybe you never know. But if at all, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Techno. He is the one who played the ISO a couple of times around. Tell me, have you guys had a chance to look at his? Have you guys had a chance to look at the games with this comp? Have you seen OG play with this?
No, I haven't seen OG play with this, to be honest with you. But like I said, I assume usually when you're tier 2 or even the tier 1 teams, you steal from the best team, and the best team is Fnatic at this map. So I assume a lot of what we're gonna see is similar to Fnatic.
All right. Well, we'll find out if it's anything Fnatic-esque at all. Sunset's coming up next. But Juvenile, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you after the game.
Thank you, guys. See you guys after.
Good luck, coach.
Bye-bye. Thank you, bro.
All right. Well, Elevated, it's just you and me now. We're going to be heading into the game. Just only Valorant action coming in. GE fans who've been waiting for a good amount of time now to, finally witness them play. They're going to get to see it against multiple different teams. And I'm really excited. Haven's going to be coming up. You've cooked up something special. Any last thoughts before we head into the game?
Yeah, I'm just really excited to see how our team does. I hope the flashing lights do annoy them. I hope that Orangutan pushes us. I hope that the game is a close one. And I think, map 1 for us has always been one where it's like, it kind of sets the tone for our day in scrims, our first scrim of the day. And so I think that'll be probably similar here.
All right. Okay. I did want to ask you though, you're the man who loves, crunching the numbers, who wants to see the win rate percentages, who wants to make sure that the maximum and the best outcome possible, the win percentage is in your hands. Do you see Haven as being one of those maps where you feel like, you are going to be a lot more confident? Is it a better map for you?
Yeah, it's been pretty good for us in scrims. But most of the maps have been pretty good for us in scrims. So I think Haven is just a solid map. Like it's pretty straightforward. I think we understand it well. And yeah, it'll let us play our game like the way that we like to play Valorant, I think.
Yep. Well, I'm excited as well. We'll find out. Juvie did mention one particular thing that, the team has, in one of the previous editions, in one of the videos that he had spoken about, that, there is a talent, but the structure right now in the Indian region is yet to be, established. And you mentioned it as well. We need to be able to come up with our own stuff at times and, do something different from what we usually see. Copy paste is not something that's always going to work. Even the last time when we saw Revenant Esports in Ascension, of course, they did decently well. They went ahead by 2 rounds, unfortunately got out in the lower bracket. But, what do you expect from Indian players now that they're going in to a matchup with, a proper tier 1 team? Can you see them actually, not just Global Esports, but do you think these teams are going to be able to compete with other teams from tier 1?
I mean, I guess that remains to be seen, but I expect these guys to be hungry. Like we're the Indian team, right? And it's no secret that we have no Indian players on our roster, but it's not because we haven't given them chances, right? They just didn't make it through the trials. And so I think a lot of them are going to be looking at us as like a way to prove something. And so I expect them to come out swinging at us, and we have to be ready for that. Like legitimately, that extra motivation is dangerous. Even if we're technically like the favorite in this, like we have to be ready for them to be trying to prove a point.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We've got the game almost locked and loaded. I think we're just waiting for 1 or 2 more players to join the lobby. But before we get in, just a little bit more of a insight into your journey. You were, I believe, at Ascend last year, correct?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was a content creator for them for almost 2 years, and then I was the assistant coach for their JC team in 2023 and their main team last year for the second split.
What do you see different in the EMEA region that is different from the APAC? What's the biggest difference that you've noticed in the two regions?
Honestly, they're a little bit closer than I thought they would be. I'd say the bigger difference is between Americas in terms of like
Okay.
how the players take coaching and that type of thing.
Mhm.
EMEA is definitely a little bit more of a slow-paced, kind of serious region, I guess, at least from my experience. Like the teams are a little bit more like business-like in terms of how they go about things. And
Yeah.
so far, at least our team, it's like, we have to have fun if we're going to play well, right? So we need to be enjoying the game. But I think that's kind of how it is for everybody, right? If you don't enjoy what you're doing, how are you going to excel at it?
True, absolutely. You need to be able to enjoy, and I hope that the players have been enjoying so far in the practice as well. We're going to be looking at what exactly is going to be coming up while we do wait for the players from Orangutan to get back to the seat as well. A little bit of an insight about your thoughts on the other VCT teams that we're going to be facing off in this upcoming season as well, 2025. One of the most interesting, exciting prospects, of course, SPG. I'm pretty sure you saw a couple of their games and how they play, right?
Yeah, they were super fun. I'm somebody that loves innovation, and they were kind of, straight up, they were like the team that inspired everybody to start playing Neon Bucky, right? Like they were the team that was just running around. I mean, some other teams were doing it, but SPG was the team that was really kind of like, you have to do this because it's insanely powerful, and it makes every single eco round dangerous, which if I can remember from the chamber meta, is a totally like game warping thing. If you have the ability to have one character potentially win you an eco round, you have to really think about that carefully.
Yeah, absolutely. And Neon's been pretty much busted, but you are the guy who works around the meta. So what do you like better? What did you like better? Do you like the chamber meta better, or do you prefer the Neon meta?
I like the Neon meta because everybody's better at the game. I think if we had old chamber now, there would not be nearly as much complaining because the agents have kind of come in to help fill the gaps a little bit, and also people are just way better at dealing with problematic agents now. So like, yeah, I definitely I like what Chamber added to the game. He was definitely broken. I think current Chamber is in a pretty good spot, honestly. But the fact that Chamber made people like use utility to clear corners was a good thing. It taught people how to play the game better. So.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, we've spoken a lot about the agents. Let's actually look at what GE is cooking up and what OG are going to be coming in with. The agent select is here. We've had a little bit of a delay. Apologies for that. But we are now heading into the game, and there it is. Okay, Patrick, who's got a little bit of an interesting name there. As we've got a Neon and Breach alongside Crystal's Sova for Global Esports. And on the other side, we've got Wenka picking up the Neon. So they're actually shifting too, it seems, Elevated. They've gone for pretty much the same comp as you guys.
Cool. I know that mirror comps are like kind of, it's fun to see different agents interact against each other. But especially when you're like getting to know teams, I think it's kind of fun to see mirror comps because you get to see like who's better, right? Just without all of like the extra stuff that can go on in the game.
Absolutely. Mirror comps, of course, you, like you mentioned, you get to see who's better, but also about who is able to actually utilize these, aggressive micro sectors that you can take control, especially on the defense side, because OG on defense, usually they're going to be pretty much heavy on A. They've done that even with their previous comp as well when they were playing with the Euro and ISO. They love taking A main control quite some bit on both of the sides they play on, both on attack and defense. So this is going to be an interesting change because they are, of course, turning up the other side of the comp. They're going for a little bit more speed now. And Venka, he has been known to be really good with, the Neon. Not exactly in official games. He's not played it that much. It's been mostly the Jet. But I'm excited to see what this kid's going to be cooking up against Patrick Hu. Both of them, by the way, same age. They are 18, both of them, and they're going to be going up against each other. This is going to be a really good battle, and I can feel it in my nerves.
Yeah, I'm getting those like pre-match jitters now. You know, not because I'm extra nervous because my team is playing, but I'm just excited to watch some games. Yeah, I think the mirror comp is going to be really interesting because it's going to come down to like who anchors and retakes better. So whichever team gives away less anchor kills, meaning like that last guy who's kind of like alone on the site, and then also who's ready to flood retake, because that's sort of like the game plan with both these comps, right? You have to be ready to retake as the other team's planting, and you have to make sure that you like do not give away free kills, otherwise you will get completely steamrolled on this map.
Absolutely. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading into the first show match of the face-off event by Global Esports. It's going to be Orangutan going up against them the first day on 18. We've got a bunch of these coming up in the next couple of days. So if you want to be notified every single time Global Esports are going to be playing for the next week, you need to make sure that you turn on notification bell, subscribe to the channel, and follow us on all social media. Unfortunately, small bit of a tech pause here from OG. They are just setting things up as we're going to be heading into the game pretty quickly. As we should be heading in now. Yep, I think everybody's back. Techno was disconnected for a second. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first matchup is going to be readying in just about in a second as we've got Global Esports on attack. And it seems like they might want to take in a little bit of a garage take here. OG, once again, like I mentioned earlier, they love their A-side take, right? They've got 4 players right now situated there, and they might seem like an aggressive, control sector towards A. And Global Esports maybe making the right read to go towards the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing a comp that's kind of built around aggression, A is super, super important, right? It's a place where the map splits into 2 lanes, and if you can shut it down in lobby, then it only has 1 lane. So it basically takes all of the potential options for the attackers and just subtracts like a massive part of the game plan.
All right, here we go. Initial contact towards mid. They're going to take a little bit of space. Garage being the point of contention. It's just not giving up any quietness. They're just going to run in straight into it. Patrick is going to be taking the first contact, and DC is just going to hold back for the moment as rest of OG pushing up towards A. They've already covered off that little part of the map, but GE going to retrace their steps, go towards B this time.
Yep, nice little default from GE. Usually you expect people to be pushing A, and so it looks like we were ready for it.
Orangutan takes the first contact. DC's gone. Was holding on that little angle for quite some time now. And now they're spread out well. Venka might not be ready. No, he is. Kelly is going down. Poppy's going to be taking out. Hoax coming on the flank. Got a flash to cover up, but Helef still unaffected. Looking for Orangutan's kill, but it's not going to be the case. Everyone from OG keeps falling on in completely outskirts position. Stun after stun, and it's going to be GE with the first pistol. A little scrappy from OG there. They've kind of split out far too much. The flank as well, not properly coordinated, but of course it is their first time playing this new comp, so we're going to give them a little bit of a leeway as to how they're going to settle into this. Let's find out, because of course there is one more change here, Elevated. The fact that DC has come into the server, usually in the last couple of tournaments, it's been Machiavelli who's been playing for them, who is their main duelist, but right now they've gotten their 6th in to play this game as well, so that is one more thing to be noted.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know too much about DC, but he's on a very critical role on this map, so maybe that's a hole that GE will exploit, or maybe he'll be sort of the hero that Orangutan needs.
Oh, big setup from GE on the B side. They've got a stun ready from Helef on contact, ready to break recon as well. It seems like OG have got a set game plan here for the anti-eco, and Crystal's just holding, making sure that nobody pushes out the C-Link. A little patience here from GE. Just want the
Crystal
first
has a full utility kit though.
Yep, exactly.
He's got full info kit, so if he uses this, the timing is terrible for Orangutan. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I'm not sure that push was necessary, but Hoax gets one through the smoke. Crystal caught out in the open here. That's going to be a trade at least in the bare minimum. The info is gone from GE. They're going to have to rely now on new Orangutan, and I was going to say it, but Venka's ready for it. A little bit of trouble here, but they get the A set in control. Plant should be taken pretty easily. Not too much of a problem for that. But the post plant now is where the question lies. Can they win this?
Spike planted.
This is going to be big time on Patrick Hu. Anti-ecos have plagued a lot of teams ever since the Neon patch. So definitely it's always a dangerous thing. A nice flank from DC, but great trade.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's only going to be Patrick Hu now, and he's not going to be ready for that as well. Helif with the picked up Outlaw, and that's going to be Global Esports losing on the anti-eco. That was a bit of a hit and a miss there. Orangutan, I feel like he had total control. He could have gotten that kill, but Venka almost, you know, expecting that he's going to be walking in that exact second. And this final kill from DC, I think this is the most important. Taking out Kilias there actually gave them the confidence to win this 2v2. And this is something you spoke of off camera as well, right? The anti-eco, and you just mentioned as well, the Neon meta has been, you know, really on and off for a lot of teams because they can exploit that speed with the Bucky. Although they didn't use the Bucky here, it is right now in the hands of Patrick Hu instead. Let's see how he's going to put that into use. The A going to be a little bit pressured from Global Esports, an aggressive smoke to push off that Outlaw of its mark. They've set up the Bucky a little deep onto A short, as Hoax is going to hold on and make sure that nobody's breaching any close spots.
Yeah, I mean, Hoax is kind of the hero last round, right? He made that push opportunistically to catch Crystal. I think GE trolled a little bit by leaving Crystal there alone in drone form, but it is what it is. Hoax capitalized on it, and yeah, I mean, if he takes first contact here with the Outlaw, it's going to be problems for GE.
They're creeping into B now. They still got 2 players left on A short, so that's a bit of a question as to where exactly this hit's going to go. The spike's still right outside B, and it has been completely left open by OG. So it's a good read by GE here. They should be able to get the plan, but they're just going to tap it and fake it here. That's going to pull off all the rotation. Then, oh, this is interesting.
Nice
That's going to
call
set up
from
Patrick
Kelly.
Hu. Yep.
What a call from Kelly. I love that.
Oh, that's a big kill as well. A little too aggressive. Didn't probably need to go for the second there. Long range. Venka's going to take care of him. The plant's going to come down now as it is a 4v4, but OG got the better weapons here to fight off this retake.
Yeah, no smoke for Heaven. Prioritizing the CT smoke because of the Bucky. We'll see. How much utility does Orangutan have? I think they used a lot to fend off that fake in B, so that's kind of hard for them to get back in. Or not.
Maybe not. It seems Wenka, okay. And of course, he finds the ace. This kid's come to play, it seems. And Orangutan, oh, really well played. Their utility was paramount from getting that first kill, especially. I feel like Patrick Hu didn't really need to go any further for that jump peak. I think has been on a roll instantly. That second kill was amazing. The stun comes through and a follow-up as well from Helif to cover off anybody on site. It confused Kelly S as well because he was completely frazzled. Could not use his weapon as well properly. The stun this time not as cosmetic as you would think of it to be.
Yeah, I mean, great round from Venka, obviously. Farming the ecos, and you know, it's time for GE to punch back, right? This is a huge rifle round. This is an attack-sided map. You don't want to go down early.
Oh, he's got the operator.
Operator comes out. Okay.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick.
Will we suss this one out? Is the question.
Once again, OG firing out that A main side. They've got control of it, and they've basically set up Wenka to hold that site all by his lonesome, while GE going to be poking on C, just getting a little bit of information. But Techno's lurk towards deep mid here might be the undoing of Global Esports again. I'm not sure if they're going to clear this corner, because right now G playing a really passive game.
Yeah, you know, we like to default on this map for sure. I feel like we're playing a little bit hesitant, which I think is maybe to be expected. First official game, right? Yeah, I think we're playing a little bit more scared than we normally do, but overall the reads that we've had are pretty good, and we just need to make sure that we execute cleanly.
Oh, they've gotten the site pretty convincingly, and now it's for the plant to come down. 5v5 as well. But there is a big ultimate available for Venka, and if he goes through with it, he's already entered backside. The smoke's going to cover them off, and it's going to be Kilias in the smoke alongside Patrick Hu. He got that first kill. The ultimate's committed as well, and the breach is going to make things so much more easier. A little too over committed here. Hope's going to get 1-2. And another one from Helif. Is he going to get another? He's going to connect it! Oh my
One
god,
enemy
Orangutan!
See you hide.
He brought it down to a
Don't
1v1
worry.
and all onto Orangutan now. Yes, however, it's gonna be a little difficult for him to retake this because Orangutan has got a lot of experience in playing these kind of situations. He's done it in China once. He do it again! He went for the stick! Unfortunately, Helep, he will not be able to secure that round. Orangutan took that at the right time. It's gonna be Global Esports with a bit of an overextensive round here. I didn't really feel the need to push out all the way towards spawn there. They ended up losing 4 weapons as a result of that, and their economy not really in the good books right now.
Yeah, I mean, huge play by Yudo to secure that round. This was a massive round for GE to win. Obviously, it was not clean, and a lot of that comes down to just being a little bit too excited to chase kills, which is something that we are definitely working with a lot with the team. So, not too surprised to see it happen. A little disappointed that it does, but it's understandable.
Oh, OG, this mid push could be interesting. Yudo might not be ready for this. He is going to hold on a really passive window angle. Could give him 1, 2. No, he's only going to be able to one. Poppy's going to trade off another as well. That's going to restore that man advantage for them. But DC looking for one of his own, a little too wide in the open. He's not going to be able to counter that slide in.
One enemy
Going to bring out Gun. That's going to be just another weapon drop, but Crystal cleans things up. Global Esports take the lead. 2-3. Still setting up. Still a lot of things that we're trying to figure out here, it seems. One thing that you've noticed so far, Elevator, give me a little bit of an insight. What exactly, was this a game plan to go at the start? You play a little bit more slow, feel for information, or did you guys have a different, sort of style that you wanted to go with?
Yeah, I mean, Haven's just kind of a defaulty map in general. Like, you can kind of gamble and just like guess sites and hit as 5, but it's a fairly one-dimensional way to play, and so you got to be able to slow the tempo down, especially when the other team is on a comp that also kind of needs to play aggressive.
Yeah. The A take from Global Esports, this time to deny any sort of control, but Helef holding off a really aggressive angle. He's got a utility and has to breach. Taking the first contact might not be the best of cases for him. Shock dart drop towards A long. Yudo's going to go on his lurk back towards mid. And he's been undetected.
Lockdown timing. Camera gets the info. Oh, his timing could be insane here.
Everyone cage triggered.
Big kill, big ult. Absolutely.
Sorry,
he's going to get a lot of information. That's all right. We're okay here with, we're all from DA. We're okay with that information gain once again, but DC shuts down Yudo, and he puts on his own neural theft here to get a little bit more information. And G's been found. They've been exposed outside of C. And there's a connection. Crystal might be going down. He just about dodges and survives with his life. And once again, they're running outside A. Helev's hearing all of this, and he's called it to his team that all of Global Esports right now heading in towards A.
Left.
The site will be conceded, but there is a quick flank. Crystal might be caught off guard here.
100%. Goodbye, Crystal.
My ult's ready.
All right, 3v4, big conversion if we can get this.
DC.
Patrick.
10 seconds left. Go away. Last player standing.
Big flash by OG. They're gonna just stick in their boots. Absolutely strength from strength here. They're going. OG seemingly right now have been in control of most of these rounds. Of course, Global Esports are still, trying to figure out how exactly OG are playing with this new comp. But it almost seemed a little too, hasty, the decision to run towards A. Of course, time was, against them at that moment. Flash as well right there. Just a second away before he could have peeked there, Poppy. But overall, OG seemed to be in good control here.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are being very good and proactive. I think GE is doing a pretty good job of putting themselves in position to win rounds, but then they're not converting cleanly. We're definitely giving Orangutan a lot of opportunities to come back into rounds.
Oh, that's become a little scrappy. It's gone around. It's a 3 versus 3 right now. First 2 came in for OG, but Poppy trades it instantly. Venka still around the corner. He's got his ultimate as well. He can pop that lightning strike if he wants to. But they're going to hold on. The plant's gone down. Poppy under heaven. He's got no particular support. The smoke's gone up on heaven now. And the 2 players from OG from CT actually come out. And Poppy's ready for it. Gets a third for himself. Yudo gets the fourth. And Crystal shuts it down. A bit of structured crossfires, and GE bounced right back as they maintained the lead by winning this round. Got a little scary in the beginning, not gonna lie. Kelly and Patrick going down the way they did, but Poppy once again coming up clutch for his team and securing the round with the 3K that he found.
See, I love this. We have to set the table before the event started, right? I told you that we like to do a little bit of trolling because we're kind of inexperienced, and Poppy is like that backstop. He's like, stop trolling, we're winning this round. So get a little nice example of it there.
Yeah, a little bit of a straight up walk in as well from Techno, even though Helif did have a flash for Under Heaven. So a little bit of off decision making from OG there. Not gonna go too far. Techno take the first contact now. That's good amount of damage on Venka as well. He's got on the 61. GE, good utilization of their utility so far. But it's going to be Patrick's job to check that corner. Nah, Techno's going to take him out. And now Wenka might be in a good position to actually take out both these players. He's going to go out, finds the first. He's not going to get the second, but Techno will finish up that kill. And GE, once again, in a little bit of a tough spot here. Walking up C long and just not ready for what OG had in mind.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what this round was. Like, the disconnect between the two players over towards A was way bigger than it should have been. So kind of just a poor round. To be honest. I'm sure this is one that we would note down in scrims and be like, let's talk about this one in VOD review.
Yeah. Pull off the magic. He's got the first. Oh, a headshot in the second. Techno needs to be careful here. He could get lined up. Udo. He's got a 16 himself. This team's mostly impossible.
Don't peek him.
Wait a moment.
He's seen all three. There's no chance he's going to get out of here. One bullet, one stray bullet through the spike. Nah, never mind. He's going to get away, and he's going to save that weapon.
10 seconds left.
Lucky to be alive here, but give me a little bit of insight. What do you think happened there, Elevate?
I mean, it was actually just a really good job from Orangutan with Techno. Techno's the one on the Omen, right? Yeah, he took the contact on long to disguise where the neon was tucked and won that duel straight up. He just kind of put down the first blood, and then that opened up the round for Venka to peek off and capitalize there. So just kind of a nice setup on C, honestly, that worked out really well for anything, and VE was not ready for it.
Right there.
Still got a buy here, G. Poppy's the only one on a bit of a receded buy. He's got a sheriff, that's about it. Half armors across three players. There's going to be an extremely fast B hit, it seems. Yep, Patrick, the trip's been broken for him. He's taken a pretty aggressive spot already, and that's called off Techno pretty soon. He's not going to smoke it off just yet, keeping a pretty much crossfire contact with Hello from both the links here. And GE instantly, after giving that initial sound, have just stopped in their tracks.
Yeah, honestly, this is a round that I would consider to be sort of like a discipline check, where we kind of say, are you disciplined enough to not respond to this, right? And it's a good way to sort of like see whether teams are disciplined or not. And Orangutan is doing a really good job of not biting.
Oh my god. Okay, that was brilliant, but the trade-off is even better from GE. Patrick, check your corners! He stuns it, but he doesn't check it, but the trade's still there. It's a 2v2. He's got a 1. PC gets the first. He throws in his own ult. Now, the neural thefts have been a menace for both teams here, but it's all up to Crystal now. He's got a drone. He's got a recon coming in about 12 seconds now. Takes it off instantly, just kind of baits it out to force them to maybe push him some corners that they were not expecting. The recon's going to find him. And now he's in trouble. They know exactly where he is, but he's got his own recon that's come up now. Focus more on the fight, though. The gun's going to make the difference here. He's going to wrap them around. The timing's perfect for him. OG, they might not be ready for this. He could find both of them here. And he will find the timing on one. Gets the second. It's going to be Crystal to clutch it out.
Me not to brag, but for this
Man,
I make an exception.
yo, I'm not going to lie. G are letting this come too close to my neck, man. I can feel it in my throat.
Yeah, I mean, OG is shooting really well. Like, you got to give them props. They're playing well. They're shooting back. You know, sometimes you got to win rounds in scrappy ways, and we've been pretty good at that so far this season in scrims. So I'm not surprised to see that happening now. Obviously, I would love to see this be a lot more one-sided. But I gotta say, you know, we're playing a little bit scared, and OG is playing very well right now.
Absolutely. I think they're kind of capitalizing on the fact that you guys this is your first game, right? And they've been playing a bunch of tournaments in the last couple of months, so they're kind of capitalizing on the fact that you can put pressure on GE right now. They might be susceptible to it, and that's what they're utilizing best. This time around, they've changed the setup. They're playing a double heavy stack on B, and they've left a Cypher on DC once again alone here on the backside. He's going to be stunned. He's alive for the moment. Not going to be flashed out here, but he's still alive. The smoke's going to help him as well. And there goes Patrick. He gets deleted, and the trade-off is perfect. Global Esports still keeping equilibrium here. They're making sure that they don't lose out too many players, and they've got the Rolling Thunder now. The question is, are they expecting this garage push right now? No, they're not.
Ooh, Crystal unable to trade there. Nobody was watching Garage. That's a communication mistake. And now we're playing solo. Don't like that.
Going around the block here. They're going blow for blow. While OG's rounds have been majority of the rounds have been mostly for them, exploring regions together as a team. They're moving in as a trio. They've got support coming in the back of it. Global Esports are still finding their way in this game, which is absolutely fine. We've still got so much more to go. We've got a full second half waiting for us. It's still 5-5 though. But Global Esports, they need to find themselves a bit of a groove to catch on to, because OG have been reading them well when it comes to these retakes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said earlier, OG is doing a really good job of playing a proactive game, but not like too aggressively proactive. So they're playing a very solid haven right now in terms of the tempo that you want to play out.
Oh, different contact. A gonna be taken out here. Venka's gonna make sure that it did not exceed more than 1 kill from Global Esports. Yudo's already walked in towards B as well. Poppy's gonna keep an eye out. He did use his ultimate, by the way. Interesting choice to actually put it down here in this round. But hey, we've seen it happen, and Poppy's pretty much stuck in heaven now. He's been guarded from both sides. Impossible for him to get out of here. Oh, never mind. DC's actually gone away, so now he can make it work. Puts down a smoke as well for himself. Yudo's been found, and the spike is in pretty much half the world away from him.
Unlucky. Unlucky, Poppy. If he does any damage,
before? Is this a round that you've practiced before, by the way?
I mean, it's just one of those things where Omen ulti, you got to get value somehow. Usually it's like
30 seconds left.
Like to catch the spike, like get the spike after it's been dropped, or to get yourself in a weird spot. So yeah, I don't mind the call.
Yeah, Poppy's gonna be flanked.
He's dangerous. He's dangerous.
Okay.
He's dangerous.
He indeed is. Still gets 2 from that round. You said it's going to be a surprise even if he gets 1.
Last
but
round
Venka kind of unexpectedly walked into his big round crosshair, and he was taking out Orangutan at the absolute end of this first half. Will be securing at least 6 before going into the second half, which is going to at least give them a bit of confidence, saying that, you know what, we won't be going down with a deficit into the second half. If anything, we'll go into positive. And right now, they're looking to maybe fight Garage, because Venka's kind of situated there. And
yeah, this is a massive round. Lots of big ults online, too.
Bit of an outward peek. Venka mistimed his swing out there, but Hope is going to commit his Hunter's Fury. Does not connect on anybody. And that's going to get rid of another ultimate. They do have a Rolling Thunder now, GE. Pretty useful, of course, if they want to take Garage control.
Yeah, it's another one of those rounds where it's sort of a discipline check, right? And this time Venka fails it. We'll see if GE can convert the man advantage with the 2 ultimates that they have, because not only did we get first blood, but we also got a big ultimate out of the way. So now it's really important that Orangutan does not give up this advantage here, although he could get us some good information as well.
Big bait and miss there. Yudo was not ready for the close angle. They lose another player. First player, actually. They run into the side. The trick's been taken care of. One's come out of the side here. Patrick caught in a really weird tripwire there. Great setup from DC, to be fair. That's a great catch off. And Hello's come on the backstab as well. He's got a flash. He doesn't need to really take that fight. Just needs to set up his team, but the ultimate from Kelly S to stop the aggression coming in from CT has been perfect. That's going to hold off OG for a little longer, and now Helif basically in no man's land trying to find his own little success here. Not going to be easy for him to win this.
Awkward setup for GE.
Last player standing.
One comes in, but Techno finds two. He's going to jump down and find a third as well under. And GE, yeah, like you said, really weird setup. They were not in the right positions. Post-plant positions, clearly not exactly what they were hoping to, you know, situate themselves upon. And they were not, especially that trip, man. That trip was so unexpected. Patrick did not at all realize that there's going to be a trip that deep. And his own wall actually helped get his death confirmed there.
Yeah, definitely. Also, Helif did a great job on the flank. Again, just Orangutan's proactivity has been insane on this map. Like they're constantly finding like the perfect flank timing, and if he doesn't cancel Crystal's ult there, for example, if he doesn't cause GE to have to worry about this guy on the flank, that retake probably goes a lot worse for Orangutan. But because he did that play, because he found that timing, it really kind of threw a wrench in where Global Esports wanted the position.
Well, as now we switch sides, Global Esports, they're looking to be a bit proactive themselves, the teams. They're going for an aggressive B hit. They want control, but mostly on contact. They're going to hold on. But it is a heavy commitment. Yudo's gone pretty heavy outside garage here. Takes a chunk of damage, gets right back. DC's going to push him, tell him, all right, stay back in garage, no pushing further. As now OG making a good read to go into the only site where there's one player. Crystal spots one, but he's going to be stunned. Stunned twice as well. The counter comes in, and Crystal still finds one. Pretty much done his job here. 4v4, and now it's retake territory for Global Esports.
Yeah, getting one is insane there.
Spike planted.
Patrick, the quickness.
Lots of damage on GE.
Yeah, OG's got one, they found another, no, they get the flank as well! And this pistol round, once again, OG in control. They were all on site, they were all just kind of coupled up together towards, you know, the main green box. But they were ready for every fight, they were ready for the flank as well. Patrick couldn't really do much on the flank, even though the distraction caused from the rest of his teammates was there. They were ready. Techno was, you know, just basically stationed to say, you know what? He's going to come on the flank. You take care of only him. We'll do the rest.
Yeah, I mean, Crystal kind of played hero role for GE for a minute there, but Orangutan handled the retake really well.
A similar setup here. This time around, they're more focused on C, Global Esports. There's Orangutan playing a bit of a default, holding on every angle, and they're just waiting for Global Esports to make their push. DC spots Yudo. He's a little antsy about peeking that no, holds his discipline, gonna not give up anything here. And GE have completely committed to the C site here, and it seems like they've made the wrong read. It is, of course, their eco, so it's not gonna be too much of trouble. They could just go back and try to drop as many weapons as possible on the flank, but the biggest problem that's gonna be for them is actually DC sitting outside garage. Free site available for OG. They're going to get the plant pretty much around as well, I presume. Unless, of course, a great flank comes in from Global Esports. Not going to be the case. DC doing a bit of an explorating mission here. They might just be able to find one. Nope, he just gets slapped right in the face. All right.
That's neon. That's neon for you. Question is, can we get more? No slide this time.
Oh, Venka, close angle. It's going to be easy for him to pick off at least two. He does get... Okay, that was a little... I think he kind of fat-fingered that. Shot it straight in the face. But it's going to be one more. GE have pulled this out of nothing. And oh my God, Patrick, cool. Patrick,
didn't come here to die.
Patrick,
how? Hey man, anything you can do, we can do better, or at least as well, I suppose. We'll take the thrifty after the pistol round loss.
I'm actually not sure why Wenka shot that. I'm pretty sure he fat-fingered the right click there.
100%. Yeah, it's
really unfortunate.
Unlucky. Unlucky for him.
The fact that G capitalized so quickly on just that one little, you know, bullet push was incredible. And, you know, Patrick, of course, making it all happen.
And now it'll be interesting because a lot of times for like these young players, it just takes like one round where they feel like, oh yeah, I can just shoot these guys, right? And I mean, let's be honest, Patrick has been a little bit more Patrick Y than Patrick How this game.
Yeah.
And
Okay, what?
maybe he just needs a round to wake up.
Yeah, probably that was the round as well. Hell of a little bit, question mark moment there, just walking in with his knife towards the B side, expecting nobody to actually be peeking that angle. Good aftershock does give a chunk of damage to Host. He's got a 20, and Wenka doing exactly the same thing that Patrick did. Gets one, but now trying to to trade that back. He's giving a bunch of damage himself. Hope's gonna be found here. GE flooding into the side from that A-link. They've gotten positions. They're gonna go stick on that dispute, and it's gonna be Patrick saying, I can do it as well. This time with the Guardian. They're securing the round there. Got a little scary towards a certain point when Venka got that first kill onto Kelly. But hey, they secure it really well, coming that triple flood on from A-Link. And of course, Patrick, like you said, Elevate, the minute that first round comes in where he can feel, okay, now I can start shooting, it seems like he's got the confidence to run into their faces.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, again, though, it's just every round there's a Neon with a shotgun. It's starting to feel a little bit like that chamber meta. I'm telling you, it's like you cannot take eco rounds lightly. It's one gun, 800 credits or 850 or whatever it is.
Yep.
It's a scary thing to have in the game right now.
Oh, they're going towards A this time to set up tier. Patrick still got the Guardian, but he's got his ultimate as well, and he's gonna trigger it out. Secure corner, Patrick again! He misses the corner, but Techno will be taken out thanks to the aftershock. That was a great setup eventually. Even if he didn't take that corner, he was gonna get taken out there. And Global Esports' A hit has been successful, barring the two players that they've lost, and they've even got the spike in their hands at the moment.
Let's see how we want to play this one. Okay, we'll come in. 2v1. Good reinforcement by Udaton to come over there to A.
Yep.
Got the information that everybody was there, came to join the fight, and cleans it up.
Absolutely. It was man, you could see the minute they won that eco round, it's almost like they've turned up, the velocity. It's gotten straight up there. It's been amazing so far, these last 3 rounds. Once again, Patrick does need to, give a little bit of an attention to his corner checking. Even though it was covered off by Elias's aftershock, it's still something that needs to be, making sure that he does it well. Once again, that A side, like I mentioned, OG love exploiting and working that A side both on their attack and defense. This time, they've just walked in towards short here, and I'm not sure
Nice. They're going
to expect 5 here.
Ooh, Venka. The right timing here.
I'm not sure what's happening, but we do have a lot going on here.
You can't cast off the sound? Okay, listen. I heard a shotgun. I'm pretty sure I heard Neon die. I'm not sure who's winning right now, but I'm going to just guess that GE has come out with at least even numbers.
Last player standing.
Okay, who uses that skin?
We're not on stream, we're not heard, right?
Holding position. Right
Yep.
there.
I'm there. All right. Apologies, guys. A little bit of a moment there of technical issue, but we're back. We should be starting the game right off the bat. And as you can see, GE did win that last round.
flawlessly, we heard. It looked dangerous, but it was a flawless victory. So we'll take it.
Apologies from the production behalf, ladies and gentlemen, but we are set. It seems like Emmy has Fat Fingered VMix there, but he's really sorry for it, and he's making sure that it continues on good pace now. As Global Esports 2 want to keep pressing on their pace, take a little bit of a info peek on towards outside garage, give a little bit of util, and that's going to pull off OG to actually come and re-clear that area. They've been doing that really well this game as well. They've been on the re-clear for so long. And look at this, DC and Yudo just standing right next to each other across walls there towards A short, waiting for the first one to make the move. As Global Esports now re-clearing the area that OG first went to, and this flank could be everything.
Yeah, there is a trip here. So as long as DC stays alive, this could be a very weird timing where if DC peaks and dies.
Oh no, it's gonna be Yudo who peeks and dies. He went to check it out because he thought it's gonna be a B hit, and OG worked that perfectly. Ready for the flank, ready for anything coming their way in this round. That tripwire was everything. DC staying alive, like you mentioned, Elevate, the longer he stayed alive, that tripwire was causing a nuisance to Global Esports. They had to break it, and the minute it was broken, they committed 3 players to go and make sure that the flank just was not going to amount to anything. And that's left Kelly alone now in this 1v4. He's going to have to save this weapon, but this should give him a little bit of more time to actually discuss what's going on. And I'm actually, curious if at all Juvy's actually going to call in a timeout anytime here. To maybe give a little bit of insight as to what he's seen that could be different, what they can do separately in the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, not sure, honestly. I think really you just want to use timeouts if you hear something bad in the comms, or if you don't hear your IGL or team talking about the right things. If he doesn't call a timeout, it must mean that the comms are fine. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be just kind of a grinder of a map, it looks like, every round.
Careful there.
And just and the momentum swings are back and forth.
Absolutely. Oh, 9 and 9 so far. A bunch of ultimates available on both sides here. Hunter's Fury for both of them.
Revealing area.
It could be pretty much game changer. A once again taken control of by Global Esports here. Denied by just 1 flash and 1 stun. Patrick's gonna keep that in control alongside his teammate. As OG now explore garage, and they've got no tripwire stopping them, but there is a camera spotting their cross. Yudo, he has been really vital for his team so far. Needs 1 more round to maybe just go that way. Kelly, he's expecting to see a hit. He's got his stun open. He's gonna be jumping on the contact. The stun comes in, and there comes the Hunter's Fury as well. Crystal connecting the first, is not gonna get the connection to kill it off, but Helef will go down to Yudo's Vandal instead. And OG have been stopped in their tracks. They've lost their main control initiator. The spike's down in a bit of an awkward position as well. So retrieving that's going to be priority. But they do have the Omen ult to secure it. So Techno's going to be able to pick it up. 1-for-1 trade once again outside C. B's been taken control of. And now they're heading actually in towards the A site. Spike's going to be picked up. No problem at that.
30 seconds left.
But do they know Poppy's
Poppy could have a
position?
crazy timing, yeah. He could have a crazy timing here.
Shadows traveling.
They seem to expect that somebody is probably playing long, though, so he's going to hold the space.
They do have Venka's ultimate, and he's on heaven. He could cause a lot of trouble being in this position. It's all about checking it. They are going to check. The first peek comes through. Wenka's gone down to 47. The stun comes through. He's going to hold him out for a second, but he's going to have to just tuck in behind the green boxes. Recon's out. DC's been found. It's going to be a bit of a firefight here. Venka gets the first. He's still ready for it, and he gets Crystal at the right time. Global Esports crumbling to pressure as they just cannot find a break as to where exactly they need to peak. Again, mistiming here. OG well in control, and there it is. Juvenile calls a timeout.
Yeah, I think deservedly so. I mean, that was a round that Global should have won. Once Venka didn't get that kill, Heaven, and Patrick took that space, got him down to 45 health. that should have been a pretty easy collapse. I think Poppy was a little bit late and long, and also Crystal was just like in the open with utility in hand, which is very rare. So yeah, I mean, just kind of a couple of mistakes timing wise, and also just positioning, which is, you know, it's like basic stuff that you shouldn't really be doing, but these things happen, especially when a team is kind of like feeling the pressure of the moment.
Well, Global Esports, they have now got a lot of thinking to do. What Juvie is actually going to be, giving them instructions is going to be seen in the upcoming rounds. They do have a buy. That's not going to be a problem. They've got the money for it. But if they end up, kind of conceding in this, it's going to be a little bit trouble for the economy. 3 players, yep, they do have money. I think maybe one more round possible, but they shouldn't be looking at losing this round anyway, for that matter. And they've got a good set of ultimates as well to utilize in this round.
Yeah, so does Orangutan though. So this is one where who comes out of this with the ult advantage is kind of going to dictate the end of this map, I think.
It's that first round, the pistol round that they did. They're going to keep control of B, but they're actually going to walk out this time because no contact. DC holding a pretty passive position, just going to make sure that Garage isn't being pushed upon. And they've set up Patrick in a pretty deep position. They're going to let him stay there as he's going to have his Omen just kind of, bait out for him as much as possible. And OG, will they clear this angle is the question, as Hoax is actually trying to fake out towards C, and that's actually pulled off Killius towards there.
Yeah, pretty much no information for either team right now.
Patrick's actually gone away from there. He wasn't spotted, but he heard some sounds, and he's going to get away. And now they know, that there's only one player that's been spotted. Yeah, he's
this pushes everything.
B seems to be the call. A right now is going to be where G currently sit, but OG, they will get the site pretty much for free. But here comes the ultimate, and now Patrick's job to actually get in and force them out of this. The Floods come in, but the flash is amazing from Techno. Yudo caught out of the open. DC's gonna find him from outside. Garage, 1-for-1. The trades are going in, but GE ready for everything as they flood into the side, force the spike to be dropped, and time is against OG here. They cannot do anything. A really chaotic run. I couldn't even really see what clearly was happening on that B site, but yeah.
The crucial thing was that the spike was stopped from being planted, because after the breach ult, Omen still got in there and looked like Techno was trying to plant, or not Techno, sorry, somebody else was trying to plant. But I think it was stopped like just before the spike went down, and at that point the round kind of became irrecoverable. But it's a massive round for GE. Obviously, investing the breach ult there, but getting the Hunter's Fury in response is a pretty good trade.
Yeah, absolutely. They've taken out a little bit more cash as well, but OG is still going to be, I'm pretty sure, easy to buy up in this round. And while Yudo's push, of course, did give them quite a bit of information, I think that was actually what won them the round, eventually. Because if he hadn't pushed out C, they would have still been confused about whether or not this is going to be, an open hit on any part of the map. But for now, it seems that OG have actually gotten the C side pretty convincingly. Udo's gone back, and he's going to wait for the flank to come in here. Aftershock to stop them, but it's not going to. Patrick's going to swing out, force them to, kind of go in towards Garage here. They clear out the left side, but the Rolling Thunder comes in to stop this flank. And OG now need to push in CT. Udo's going to get one, but that's the only trade. 4-man flank. Can they actually make this retake happen?
Time is crazy. And then they need to get in, start defusing here soon.
Scanning ahead.
Last player standing.
DC caught in the outside position. He wasn't in the right angle. Incredibly patient there to make sure that they don't really lose players on that flank, because I feel like if they had lost Patrick Hu there, it would have been really difficult for them to actually flood into the side the way they did. That back lane gave them everything.
That is like vintage Patrick Hu right there. That's what we want to see from him more often. it's like really well controlled aggression. Like he's taking space from them, he's putting tons of pressure, but he's not going too far. And it's a really fine line to tread. And for an 18-year-old, it's definitely something that he's going to have to like constantly work on this year. But that was a great example of what he can do as a player.
Absolutely. Yudo waiting for the camera to be popped in from DC, but it's not going to be the case. They're just going to walk out towards Garage. And it seems like they're going to set up Wenka to actually slide in, while GE have completely cleared off a main. Yudo needs to get away. There comes the ultimate, but he's going to be caught out. Wenka too quick.
That ult, man.
Broken
that
indeed.
ult, man. Just insta-gives him after the classic shot. All right, we're going to have to scrap for another one. Crystal's low, too. Not looking good for GE.
Good decision for them to kind of wait out for Wenka's ult to actually kind of expire. Stun's going to hold them back just a little bit longer. Utility being put down here, but Wenka, he's been stunned. Default outside, recon perfect. Techno's going to get a trade, though. Wenka still finds one. And GE just not in the right position to find those trades for themselves. Somehow Wenka was stunned, recon, and he still got away with one kill there. That was not supposed to happen.
Yeah, great timing by Techno. I mean, he just hit the time perfectly, came out one tap, and that was kind of the round because he broke up the retake at just the perfect time.
Well,
listen.
Yeah.
I'll take a long map one. We need as much practice as we can get. We haven't trimmed for like 3 days because the guys have been moving to Korea. So, give us more rounds. Give us more rounds.
Fair enough. We need to play as many rounds as possible. Get the nerves heated up. Make sure we're ready for the next couple of days as well. But hey, of course this is not the end of it, right? We've got one more map, maybe two, if at all. It comes in, so we've got a pretty great day ahead of us still. Once again, that A side going to be taken control of. The stun's going to deny OG any form of contact as they set up the off here. Oh, not been spotted, and that's going to give him a great piece of kill. He's going to take out DC, and that's going to bar any backlines being held by OG. Now the pushes can be done even more faster, and that's going to actually force OG to actually, run into the B side because they need now form of map control, having lost DC. And Wenka, a little too aggressive, but he's ready for it. Saw the knee. Kelly S going to be taken out, and that's going to be the trade that they needed.
Yeah, another scrappy round here. Good playmaking by Wenka to capitalize on the gap there. I mean, it looked like Kelly had it, but Wenka was too fast. And he's going for more. he's looking for another opportunity.
Oh, here we go. We've got Patrick with his own ultimate here. Yudo's taking out Hellaf, and it's going to be Tenkano. He takes him out. The flash is amazing, but he's going to get traded off. Yudo wants to secure this round no matter what. He's got Crystal to support him. Close recon clears it out, but Hoax is in the lower end of the map here. Stun's going to prevent them. They're going out for the fight here. Wenka gets traded out. Crystal with the clutch once again. Oh my god, GE. Man, these rounds are... Hey, I'm just... This is the first game, first map of the first, first time this team's playing, and I'm already stressed out.
I mean, strap in. Strap in. This is going to be a long season.
Well, I hope it is, man. I hope we play more than just, the regular season games. I want to be more stressed, if we're going to Masters. I would love to be stressed at Masters or at Champions. That's where we want to be stressed. But yeah, timeout here from OG. Great. Honestly, they did a good job of getting the trades that they did. But that final clutch from Crystal was everything. Hoax maybe should have stood and fought there. I'm not sure why he decided to just kind of walk away into the cubby corner. And that kind of actually gave Crystal what he needed, the perfect fight against Wenka, and then a retreating Hoax that he killed off right in transition. And now match point for GE.
I would run away from Crystal too. Apparently this guy was like #2 ranked Muay Thai fighter of his age group in like all of Russia or something like that. Apparently. Wow. Yeah, he's supposed to be a beast at throwing fists. So I can't fault, Orangutan for trying to duck and hide there at the end.
I'm out of here. Well, fair enough. I'm gonna make sure I avoid any, words around Crystal. He's the GOAT. Simple as that, Crystal. If you're gonna be watching this after the game, you are the GOAT. I would love an autograph. Please don't punch me if I say something about your place. Interesting turnaround here. C side being pressured this time. And OG in a bit of a weird buy. Of course, it is the last round. They didn't really have economy. And there's the first pick. Could be the beginning of the end. Spike's been picked up, but just about a second. Patrick could not manage that kill there, but that's forced OG to run into the A side where they've got Euro and Poppy waiting for them. He's going to be stunned. Gets away from it as well. Doesn't need to commit any shouted steps. Now he will. But OG really keen on pushing this corner, it seems.
Yeah, this is a nice little call. Sort of like a forcing into a trap. Numbers advantage for GE is to close this one out.
Yeah, Patrick was on the flank. As soon as the Orangutan revealed him, he decided to just trail back towards A-Link. But the spike is actually traveling towards C right now. They're going to just let DC do all the dirty work, but they've not spotted him. They've actually not spotted him. Yeah. He's gonna peek out. Oh my god, DC. Okay, I really didn't expect him to win that duel, but that makes it a 2v2. And it's gonna open up the C side. This confirms for GE that 100% is gonna be the A hit, but no, DC's gotten away, and Helif will get a free plant here. It's gonna be a retake on the opposite side of Haven for Global Esports to secure map 1.
Yeah, all right, let's see. Kelly's and Crystal were the first sort of like duo that Juvenile and I made play together when we first started the team. They were like week 1, and these guys were duo queuing. So let's see if they've got the magic.
They do have a lot of util. They've got a bunch of stuff available for Kelly as they've cleared off the site pretty much completely. So now this is confirmed either garage or long. The tap, making sure that they clear it. Cubby, stun from Helif. He's gonna swing out of the back of that. It's gonna be a 1v1 now. It's a Cypher against the Breach. The stun is perfect. It's not gonna give him anything more. He can at least half defuse this. He's gonna take the fight. Kelly S to clutch it out as the IGL secures 13 for GE. It came down all the way to the wire, but map 1, as long as it could be pulled, regulation was played out completely as Global Esports will secure Haven.
Hey, let's go. We'll take our first official map win. It was not the cleanest game I've ever seen, but at the same time, it's still a W, and that means that we're up 1 map, which means that we have the opportunity to kind of close this one out as a clean 2-0. But I don't know. I mean, great game from Orangutan as well. Venka obviously stand out with the kills on the Neon, but overall, all of OG played quite well. Like I said, their proactivity was really nice. They were definitely catching GE sleeping quite a bit. And so I think we have to be ready for that going forward in the series. You know, can't sleep on this team at all.
Absolutely. I think one of the biggest, things that you could take away from this game is even that when we looked at the scoreboard, right? You saw, there were G players at the top. Just Wenka, of course, he's on the top. The rest of the G team was actually doing well. But it goes to the fact to show that, the kills for the first, probably first 15 rounds were not as effective for Global Esports, whereas OG were really solidly playing as a team, at least in that first half. Even in the second, they set up Venka for great duels. He was doing all the brunt work for them, even though he actually had no first bloods in this game, which is kind of surprising to me.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
A lot of the work, of course, seems to be done by Techno and DC, the only players who actually gotten the first bloods for their team. But it's actually surprising when you look at the scoreboard, and if you didn't see the actual scoreline of the game, you would actually think that G won this on a more, stronger level. It seems like it will be a 13-7 game, considering they've got 4 players, getting the number of kills that they've gotten.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely quite a few mistakes from GE. Obviously, winning 16 out of the first duels and only winning 13 rounds is not great as far as the conversion goes. But I mean, it was just a good game back and forth. Lots of sort of like small moments and timings that were taken that pulled the momentum one way or the other. Right? We saw multiple thrifties. We saw a lot of good sort of rounds that were looking like they were going to go one way, and then one player would make a really nice play to pull it back the other way. So yeah, it makes me excited for map 2. I mean, it's going to be probably a similar type of game, right? Because Sunset is a very well-known map at this point. A lot of the comps are very similar. It's going to be another map where you got a default. And proactivity is very, very important to kind of like close the map down and make sure you've got the rotations in the right spot.
Agreed. Well, we're gonna see hopefully a lot more of that on Sunset. We've got it, of course, coming up next. Honestly, even though Global Esports did win this game, and they might have momentum going into the second one, maybe to kind of pick it up a lot more, give themselves more leeway to be more proactive. But I seriously do hope that even this game is gonna give us a bit more of a fight. We see a war between these two teams, because it's been entertaining, right? It's been really entertaining between these two teams. A lot of what OG have been doing has actually challenged Global Esports in a good way to maybe rectify those things when you guys check these games afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like the only thing that matters to me and to Juvenile and to the team is winning during the season, right? I know that it's like, yeah, obviously we want to win every match. We want to win these matches.
Yep.
We don't want, I mean, I'm just going to be straight up. We don't want to be the team that came out and picked no Indian players and then lose to an Indian team. That's not a good look for us, right? I can be very honest with you guys. And so we, especially because we trialed Venka, we trialed Techno, right? Like we picked people over them, right, for this team. And so if they beat us, it's not a good look.
Absolutely.
And I can be honest about that. But at the same time, the results of this have zero bearing on what our year is going to be, right?
Absolutely.
And
I
so
agree.
every game is just an opportunity to learn and get better.
Well, let's have a look and hear from the coach himself. Dewey, what are your thoughts about this game? Please tell us, what do you think?
Yeah, man, it was obviously a close match. First game jitters, stuff like that. But dub's dub, bro. I don't really care how you get the dub as long as you win, bro. I'll tell you right now, when the record in the season, if we get a win, 2-1, it's 16-18 every single match. No one's gonna care as long as the record says W.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
There were a lot of times though, we noticed that the team, even though they were getting the frags that they were supposed to, they were caught out in positions at times where OG kind of forcefully put them in. Did you expect them to be this proactive, be this aggressive, and kind of push you back?
Yeah, I mean, I told you, I watched their matches beforehand, and I mean, they're obviously good, and they play the right way, they do the right things. Like I'm telling you, just from watching one Icebox, I could tell you that they're an organized team. Like whoever their coach is definitely understands the game, and they understand the game as a whole. But at the end of the day, yeah, man, like we talked about this already pregame. Jin G only beat RNT 13-10. So if we win this 13-11 at the end of the season, we make 2 Masters and a Champions. I'm good, bro. I don't care about the off season 13-11.
Fair enough.
What did you say in that timeout? Because the switch got flipped a little bit after that one.
To just play aggressive. Just stop being pussy. Stop being afraid to be aggressive.
All right. I mean, it kind of worked out, didn't it?
Yeah. We definitely started playing more confident.
That last time was nice.
That last time was okay. We called time. They had a timeout, right? So the right before then, I called to do the whatchamacallit play. Our slide play.
We just call it that. That'll be the name of it. Whatchamacallit play.
Yeah, I mean, I told you I'm bad with names, even strat names. They knew what I meant, and they ran it the right way. We did good. Everything worked out perfect. And so, yeah, it was good.
All right. Well, we've got another map coming up, Sunset. Maybe they're going to be playing the Neon once again. I'm not quite sure. I'm just going to have a quick look at, what they have recently played. They've got an interesting comp there as well. I think actually it's a pretty much exact same comp. They're going to be playing the Breach, Neon, Cypher, Omen. So that's the last one they played in the previous tournament. And what do we expect? Are you ready for them to be the same proactive OG self, or are you guys going to try to push them back the same way?
Well, first off, I don't trust anything you say anymore because you told me they play Fnatic comp and that was not Fnatic comp.
Hey,
But
hey.
no, in all reality, yeah, I expect them to play the same meta comp because that's that is the meta. And I think we're gonna be playing better this game. Like we started playing better towards the end of that match. They obviously had some nice clutches. We had a couple mistakes still. But I think we'll be playing better on the Sunset. And I think hopefully make the fans happy.
Well, we're waiting for the same as well. It has been a pretty close game so far. Tell me one good thing that you think OG have done that kind of you feel like threw the team off. What was the one good thing that OG did?
Bro, I'll tell you right now, Hoax impressed the heck out of me. I thought Hoax was very good. He had a bunch of 2Ks. He seemed like he was hard to trade. He had some good util usage in general. So yeah, I think just in general, I mean, the talent is definitely there. I mean, Techno, Hoax, and Vinka, I think are all really, really good players. And yeah, like they're like I said, their overall play style is what I feel like is quote unquote the correct way to play.
Right.
Tell Crystal, nice clutch.
Yeah, nice clutch.
He saved us. He saved us there, bro. He saved. Not gonna lie, he saved us.
Hopefully, these kind of situations don't pop up too often. We're gonna need one player to stand up and clutch. But Elevate, we spoke about this as well. There was a lot of the rounds were not particularly clean. Because they were caught out in positions where OG were peeking out at the right time to actually find them off guard. Like for example, that round just before when Ju and I called out the timeout, when I think it was Patrick as well as Crystal who were caught off guard on Heaven with Venka taking that double kill. A lot of these times, Patrick also went without checking corners. So what are some things that you saw in this game that you think need to be fixed, apart from, of course, the corner checking?
Definitely. You're elevated.
And that's for Elevate.
Yeah, elevated.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, listen, I kept saying this during the cast. Patrick, who is he's a noob. He's an absolute noob, and he's gonna have to make a bunch of mistakes and learn from them, and that's just how it is. Like we saw some moments of brilliance from him as well. His movement is so crazy on the Neon. He's doing a lot of crazy things for us, and he's fearless no matter what. Sometimes he's too fearless, and he's got to figure out where that line is.
Coach, we spoke about this, Juvie, as well, right? When we were having a conversation, you told me that Patrick, he's got that potential, but slight bit of tweaks here and there. Have you got somebody in game, like, kind of who's looking after him? Have you, told somebody like Poppy or Crystal, just kind of, just stay along with him, be a buddy system for him? Or is Patrick allowed to do what he wants and he kind of tell the team?
It's a little bit of Cali sort of directing him, and then in general, like this goes for anybody on any team. Like you follow the blue-haired character, just stay next to the blue-haired character. Where he goes, you go, and that goes for our entire team. And that's how the scaling, trading, all that stuff needs to work. But yeah, it was not clean play. But at the end of the day, like I said, man, like a dub's a dub. Though I honestly do not care if it was 13-11 or 13-3. It makes no difference to me.
Fair enough. All right. And now that we're heading on to Sunset, are you confident that you're going to finish this off a 2-0? Or are we going to see Pearl? Do you want to see Pearl?
2-0. I think it's good 2-0.
All right.
And as I said, I think you'll see a better GE on this map. First map, Tony. This is the first time we've played together in any kind of official. And even though it's not super duper official, this is the first time any kind of official we've been inside of. And first game jitters is always a normal thing.
Agreed, absolutely. Thank you, Juvie, so much for joining us. We're going to let you get back to the team. All the best for Sunset.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
Well, Elevated, that was, I would say it was, a difficult game to watch, especially if you were hoping for G to kind of, do wonders here. But hey, like he said, 13-11, 13-1 doesn't matter. It is the first game as well. Literally the first ever time somebody's seeing these 5 players play together, on the big screen, especially, of course, with all the stuff that's happening around them. Sunset, what are your thoughts? Do you expect GE to close it out here?
Yeah, I think we will. We've played a lot of Sunset. Mm-hmm. It's a map, again, that I think everybody understands how to play at this point. And I think it's a map that, again, kind of comes down to like very similar play patterns to what we just saw in Haven, right? Like it's the A shutdown, and then you've got the anchor on B a lot of the time.
Yep.
The B post plant stuff is definitely worse than it used to be, which is a good thing, but it still kind of exists. And yeah, I mean, it's a map that I've seen a huge amount of impact from Crystal on. I think that Crystal and Patrick Hu are going to be my impact players in this map.
Well, we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading into Sunset in just a couple of seconds. The agent select is going to be coming up as we speak, because we're going to see if OG, are they going to stick true to their word as they did before? Because last time they've played, hey, in my defense, they've played that, Fnatic comp quite a few times, all right? I didn't know they're going to be throwing a curveball, right? Could be maybe here. Let's find out. Let's head into the agent select. What have OG got in store for us here?
I think it's going to be another mirror match, to be honest. Although maybe we'll see the KO instead of the breach.
Mm-hmm.
But
they did play the breach in the previous iteration. I mean, they've messed around. They've messed around with the KO, but the breach is the most recent. And I think, Hello's probably going to go for the breach itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a good comp on the map. Obviously, Neon's crazy, and Breach is a good enabler. So it was a good enabler for Neon as well. And then Omen and Cypher are just the best in slot in their particular roles. I think that, again, like most meta comps, there's ways to attack this. But when you have a Neon that's in the current state, I mean, I personally, I like broken things. I think it's fun to play around with them in the meta. But when you've got a really strong character, you should just run the character a lot of the time.
Absolutely. What do you feel about ISO? Do you feel like ISO is still, kind of viable, or is he kind of, just kind of washed into the background? He had a really small meta era. Now he's, he's kind of being picked a little more or less. What do you feel about ISO?
So I think the main thing is that every agent is viable in certain situations. I just think that what you give up by playing an ISO currently is too much on most maps.
Okay.
And it's one of those agents where you literally need to be dropping 30 kills currently. In the current state of the agent in the meta, you have to get 30 kills on ISO. Otherwise, I'd rather play a different agent.
Fair enough. Well, we're heading into Sunset, and you just mentioned about that B-side change, right? You saw the post plant has become a lot more worse, which is a good thing. Tell me about what you feel about that entire change. You've got those boxes now set up, which creates a lot more angles to check when you're coming on the retake and stuff like that. The plant has been made a little bit easier. It's a little more safer to get that plant down every time when you want to go to default. When it first came out, when you first saw it, what was your initial thought? What did you think about how could it be played around? Is it more defensive friendly, or is it more attack friendly still?
It's definitely defensive friendly, just because the attackers have to plant in a worse spot, and they're incentivized to play more on site, which on this map in the current meta is not great, because you just get absolutely annihilated by utility when people retake. I think that, it's good. I kind of don't like this map, if I'm being honest. At first I liked this map quite a bit, but now I feel like it's getting a little bit stale and the play patterns are not that fun. I think that middle is kind of useless a lot of the time. And I basically, here's the thing. If you see a team constantly splitting through market, they're probably going to lose the map, is basically what I've come to realize. If a team is constantly splitting through market, they're probably getting rolled. And so, it's really all about how you play around the B main and A main control and then utilize mid to some extent, but you can't rely on mid too much.
Do you feel like the current comp that both these teams are playing? You're the one who has a look at the win rate percentage. Have you seen any other comp be good at this map except for what we're seeing right now? What would you tweak or change in these 5 agents?
So I haven't looked at win rates since the Neon buffs, and that's sort of the big gravitational pull in the meta right now. So I know there's other good comps. You can play Viper on this map, you can play Harbor on this map, you can play Astra, you can play Sage. We saw Paper X do some cool stuff on this map. They were the best Sunset team all of last year, and they were playing KO and Sage and some weird stuff. And so I assume that can probably still work also. But the main thing is that I think Raze is probably in the weakest state she's ever been in, and Neon is in the strongest state she's ever been in. And both agents are very good on a map like this, where the utility can take up a huge chunk of the mains, and get value a lot of the time that you throw it. But yeah, I mean, there's there's so many possibilities on every map because there's so many pieces that you can use. Like, I would love to see some team run Yoru on this map. I'd love to see some Chamber on this map. I'd love to see, again, some Viper. Like, we haven't seen Viper in a while. I feel like Viper's really kind of fallen out of the meta, even though she's not that bad. And you know, Astra get a 5th star, so Astra's got to be good now.
Yep, absolutely. On me personally, I love Astra. I think, you know, it's a really unique agent. It's a really great skill set, you know, that you need to hone yourself around. You need to find so much. You can do so much with Astra. It's almost, you know, like you've got a 3rd initiator to play in. But hey, all of that talk can be saved for later, because right now we've got mirror comps as the game's begun, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Global Esports in attack once again, as they will be fighting for a 2-0. At the moment, seems like a bit of a default. They're kind of spread out towards both A and B. Mittal seemingly to be the point where they want to first give up a bit of contact. Recon from Crystal towards B-main does give in a bit of sound cue. Shock Dart, that's just gonna about touch DC, brings him down to 80. Softens him up a bit, but that market push coming in, and they're gonna run straight in. Oh my god. Okay, that's just happened. All right, the counter stun from Helef was absolutely maniacal. It got everybody, and the rest was just hoax to get a 3K for clean.
Like I said, I'm gonna repeat this, hopefully never again while GE is playing. If a team is constantly splitting through market, they're probably not going to win this map. It is what it is. It's a tough, it's like the tiniest choke point on the entire map, and the other team has 2 stuns.
Yeah, Crystal's the only one left. He's going to be stunned as well. There comes the flank. He's going to get at least 1. That's all they find this round, Global Esports, apart from damage being dealt. But that round was really well read from OG. They were almost ready for it. They knew exactly what was going to happen. The minute they saw GE going to be entering in market, that stun was ready from Helef to just support his team. He got 5 assists in the first round itself.
Man, it's a good thing that assists don't count towards orbs. That would be a nightmare for GE if Helef had gotten as much impact as he actually had in that round.
True. Well, Venka keen on deleting any sort of A control from Global Esports, but this one-way smoke's going to hold him off as Global Esports keen to actually regain that. The stun goes through, and that's going to allow Patrick to kind of get in towards elbow. He does have only a frenzy, no Bucky to this time kind of slide into their faces and one-tap them, as Venka's going to hold on to this elbow angle, and he's ready for the fight.
Pre-round he had the Bucky. Pre-round he had the Bucky, but he was not going to have enough to buy in the next one, so good discipline actually from Patrick Hu there. Patrick IQ in the server.
Yep. Still jiggling, still fighting. He's not been touched just yet. He's still on 100 HP. Not sure what exactly they're waiting for. Maybe the recon to come in. Yep, Crystal's probably got it ready. There it goes. That's going to send him in, but Venka stops him right in the track. The stun is perfect as well. Global Esports in a bit of a tight spot here. The shock dart's doing so much damage. And this triple stack from OG, really good stuff. G not able to break that. Oh, 1 for 1, but Kelly, he finds 3 with the classic. He's going to be able to pick it up.
Remaining.
No, he's not going to be able to pick it up. It's going to be Helef to secure the round. My God. Came a little too close for OG there. Kelly did God's work with that 3K.
Yeah, we call those good damage round. Good damage round for GE.
Okay, give me this. You know, there must be a percentage, like, you know, above which. How many players do you need to get in an eco to call it, you know, it's a good round? Botting if you don't win it.
I usually feel like 3. I feel
Okay.
like 3 kills, but it kind of depends on the other team's buy, right? Because if they're doing a buy that doesn't have like 5 rifles, then sometimes they can just pick it up and it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But on defense, usually teams are buying all the way up, and so if you can kill 3, it's pretty good.
Well, Global Esports once again pressuring that mid region as OG kind of crawl in towards A main here. They've got Udo waiting for them. He's got his tripwire set up as well, which he did retrieve right before seeing that shock dart come in. He takes out Helef. A bit of Necessary push here from the initiator. One more spot. Benka's been given a taste of his own medicine, although he does get one kill in that altercation. 4 versus 2. They've got one player to fight off on this B side, who is currently sitting in their spawn region. That's going to be Hoax. Only got the Sheriff to play with. He's going to be stunned. And that's the B side taken on by Global Esports.
Yeah, so far a pretty nice thing around. Don't give up any guns here, and I will be very happy as a coach.
Techno does have a Phantom, and he's known to be a pretty great player in these kind of situations. Could call him when needed in these dire situations. He could get one. Nope, not going to happen. Kelly is going to deny him any sort of frags. That's going to be the first round for Global Esports. Pretty solid round. Just the one death on their part from the B main due to Benka. That's going to be it. As OG now have their full buy coming in.
Yep, Kelly 2 off of ult. Crystal 1 off of ult. Pretty big timing coming up. Benka 1 off of his ult here. Could be a difference maker as well. This map is very, very much about ult management, in my opinion.
Well, early B control, it seems. DCE, he's the only one on that B side. He does have support by Hoax, but Hoax right now more concerned about that mid region. There is a tripwire, they're protecting him, and it seems like OG just want to kind of make sure that the mid region is in their control. They're not going to let G slip in any cracks towards that higher mid region. Yudo crawling into space. That drone's going to clear out anything, but Yudo's not yet been spotted. And that's probably going to give him a bit of space to crawl into, maybe find some space to work with, as GE have now taken the spike towards A. What exactly is the plan? OG now going on exploring, and Yudo slapped one in the face, and Kelly S gets the other. And instantly GE now have gotten a 3v5 man advantage.
Yeah, it's a nice little default there from GE. Breaks the info tool for Orangutan, prompts them to go looking for information, and then they get punished with some nice shooting from Yudo, and then a good trade from Kelly as well.
Oh, great first kill. Could not follow it up, though. Yudo, once again, finding what matters the most. That's the trade. He's on 30 HP. Lucky to be alive. That shock dart could have taken him out. OG just have a recon to work with here. As Techno, he's going to crawl in from market. They're going to clear close corner for him just to kind of enter inside. The flash is good. Forces Hoax off his mark. Techno not going to be using his paranoia. Goes for the smoke deployment at that second. Maybe he misfired it at that point. But it's going to be GE's second round. And it's a solid one at that too. The 2 good rounds from GE back to back. Going to give them the confidence they need to just keep on pushing this momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now I really like what I'm seeing from GE. They're controlling the tempo of the round, and the discipline that Orangutan had on Haven isn't quite there right now. 2 rounds in a row where they kind of just like walk into contact and give away a free kill.
There. Gotta go.
There's an eco for OG, and we have seen them have a good eco round on Haven. Can they produce a similar one on Sunset? They split up right now. 2 on B, 3 on A.
Yes.
Only one hero vandal available on Hoax, as he is going to be situated on the A side, and that's what they're expecting. But Global Esports right now playing really passive on outside of B. They're just holding on for a push to come in from the B side. But one thing that I have noticed, Hoax, he's putting that shock dart towards that A main side to break the tripwire. He's actually missed it twice in a row.
Probably a good adaptation for Yudo then. I assume he probably had it broken and moved it then. Got to be careful of Venka ult. That's one thing I am worried about in this round.
Yeah.
Good contact though.
Yeah, they've gotten pretty deep into the site. That's going to open up a little bit more. DC playing around in the smoke, hoping somebody crosses in. Not going to be the case. Shock Dart's going to give a little bit of chipping damage. Nothing more. As Patrick, he's alone on backside, and he might go exploring here. Venka's pushed in with the ult, but Patrick gets the first big kill there. The trade's perfect. Patrick going for more, gets the 2, but Venka's gonna trade it off. He's got a Vandal to drop to his teammate, but what they don't know is what's gonna kill them, and it's Udo's position. The ult is perfect. Okay, Venka, even though
What
he does
is that?
get it done. Absolute
Cosmetic
craziness.
stun. Come on now.
Last player
Crazy.
standing.
Hoax is the only one left. OG have to concede this round. But honestly, forcing out a Rolling Thunder, I would say, is actually something good for them because it was an eco, and that one ult from Venka forced Kelly to call out that, you know, Rolling Thunder to be deployed for Udo to actually get in the proper kills they needed to secure this round.
That is true, but now Global has 3 ults and Orangutan has none. So, like I said, ult management going to play a big role in this game. I'm happy to trade a Rolling Thunder for a Neon ult, to be perfectly honest. I think that's an acceptable trade.
Shock dart.
Good shock, but just about misses Hoax. They were ready for it, but look at where Patrick's gone. He's taking a pretty aggressive control, but he's alone here. He's got no support. Done for the moment. Hoax is going to throw down the recon. Patrick missing a couple of shots. He's going to have to concede it to his teammate. Unfortunately, the lightning does not strike twice, it seems, for him. He needed a third hit there. As he goes back once again, this time it connects, and it's going to probably secure GE's round. Crystal on the lurk from mid. He's going to secure his first and his second of the round as well. 4 from GE, as it seems like now they're running away with the game a little bit in the form of speed. They're just really confident.
Yeah, we're making very good decisions so far. We're definitely
Careful there.
playing. We're controlling the pace of the game. Like on Haven, Orangutan was the one that was really kind of dictating what was going on. Right, they were taking all the space away from GE while the default was going on. They were always timing on the flank, stuff like that. On this map, so far, GE is controlling everything around basically, aside from that pistol and the anti-eco. But you know, we can throw those ones in the trash.
Yeah, recon's been pretty good from Crystal round and round. They know that there is some sort of movement, but Venka this time, he punishes them by going a little aggressive, gets the first shot, instantly backs away. Lucky to be alive, to be honest. Patrick's gone down pretty heavy as well. And OG now being proactive towards mid. Not keen on closing the door. They're open for any sort of fights that come their way as Udo. Look at his position. He's actually crawled in towards elbow. DC expecting this little creep up. Is he going to be ready for the fight, though? Nope. He's just going to spot it, runs away.
Cage triggered.
And now this is going to cause confusion for OG. Where exactly is this hit coming?
Cage triggered.
And that confirms it.
Great timing from Udo.
Yeah, the site's clear.
And
Once you're part, that's going to be... Yep, elevated. You're saying?
I want everybody to remember that Udo has been playing Sentinel for like a month and a half. He's never played it before.
He's been pretty much a duelist for his entire duration in China, and now he's having a role change as well, so he's dribbling into that. Techno breaks the trip, gets a flash down as well, cannot follow it up as quickly as he would have wanted it to. Crystal regains his vision right before Techno could actually take him out, and that's left Helif alone. He's going to go down as well. Kelly will secure that as GE flying away with these rounds right now.
Yeah, we've got Helif with Breach Ult coming up. So that is one thing to keep an eye on as far as retakes go. Crystal saving the Hunter's Fury at the moment. He's usually good for one or two tags at least, usually a kill. So you got to keep that in mind as well. Right now, the money is just insane for GE. So it's going to be a tough half for Orangutan, I think.
Yeah. Timeout here is actually really good for OG. They need to kind of, restructure how exactly these upcoming rounds are going to be played because Global Esports are kind of pummeling them into the ground here, even with the lurks, or even if it is with that set play of going for the triple B split, taking market and spawn all together. I was a little worried that leaving Patrick alone in towards the BCT side You know, he would have gotten taken out, in my opinion, if at all. You know, OG were, you know, a little bit more passive. But it was good to see that he was able to hold off his own there and did follow up with a kill as well. Now, OG, it seems to be that they are still going to continue with their defaults as G now want to aggress on A. And Patrick, who is probably going to be funneled in towards elbow really quickly. Never mind, he's just going to hold on.
Bad timing.
Okay, then. Another cosmetic stun display here as Patrick gets diabolical kill, but it's traded off instantly. So that kind of throws things into a mix. Global Esports, though, still have control here. They're just holding on now, hoping for OG to make another mistake. Push up another player up front, seeing where Wenka is going to be peeking out from because he's been doing that for 2-3 rounds.
Yeah, let's see if Global Esports is counting ultimates because obviously Health didn't have it coming into the round, and sometimes getting that kill to trigger the ult access is something that teams won't really pay attention to very closely. So hopefully somebody on G has called that out, and otherwise they might be running into a buzzsaw here at A.
Take flight.
LF, he's going to have that stun to hold him off for a little longer. 30 seconds. We're approaching the clock here. He's in the open to take a fight. Will not win that one. Kelly's is going to take it off. Fenk has been spotted. Now they need to fight him here. Slides across. He's not ready for it. They double swing him. And Yudo needs to be careful. He's going out too wide in the open. Loses his life. Crystal will trade it back though. Hoax had to wait for DC there for the fight, but not going to be happening. Once again, OG, there are little cracks that usually come up about when they play these kind of games, which are, you know, turning out to be longer than usual. It's opening up their little weaknesses. Their 2v2s when they, you know, end up giving fights that they really don't have to is kind of coming into display here, and they need to fix that as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, definitely GE is sort of winning like the micro decision battle right now. A lot of their plays are tight and like they're not over peaking like we were seeing on Haven a lot. They're not really giving OG a lot of opportunities to like make plays, and sometimes that's the game, right? It's like whoever makes less mistakes right now. GE is not making anything.
Yeah. Once again, they try to do that B main push, maybe, you know, punish them on the back of that recon, find somebody off guard. But G were ready for it. They're going to be taken out.
Caution here.
One of their players. A lot of bullets being spammed here, making sure they check every corner. But Venka is crawling in close. He's confident with that Sheriff. Maybe he can get one. But GE don't want nothing to do with the B site. They're going to run away. The tripper has been broken on mid, so that's going to throw them in a bit of a mix on rotation as well. Yudo's just going to keep them busy as he explores A-Link. He's got a tail right behind him. He will get away with the timing here, and DC has to get 2 minimum to win this round for his team. Not going to be the case. Patrick's going to take him out. That should be the end of this for OG.
Cage trigger.
Yeah, I mean, Yudo is just playing a masterful game right now in Cypher. Like, he played well on Haven, and on this map, he's been incredible in just finding these holds, calling the rotations back. Kelly's making a good read, and like I said, like OG is playing relatively well, but G is not making any mistakes.
It's just the pressure he creates, right? Okay, well, okay, that was a great shot from Wenka. But yeah, back to Orangutan. It's the pressure he creates by just being alive, breaking those tripwires, putting down a cage, and, you know, just making sure that OG feel, okay, you know what, there's somebody on mid, we cannot go there without utility, or somebody peeking out with me. We cannot take the fight one-on-one because he's been that good at making sure that the rotations are scared to go all the way through to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge thing, right? Like, I was talking about how mid is kind of useless. It's really good for lurks. It's really good for creating pressure, but it's not so good for the attackers to, like, actually try and hit a site through most of the time. But you still have to control it.
Yeah. Got away. Smoke's gonna go down. He's gonna try to step away once again. But oh my God, Poppy could have gotten that kill. Unfortunately for him, he could have. The trade-off does come in though. Once again, Techno being taken out by an aftershock. We did see it in the previous map as well. And Venka's already on the flank. He's got a tripwire between him and this flank. Spot comes through. He's still holding on. Should have actually gotten that kill as Crystal actually just went away towards elbow. Now GE keen on pushing on towards CT. Venka's coming on the flank. Crystal ready for it. And he will secure this round mostly for his team. That one kill onto Wenka might have just made OG shut down. Followed it up with a double. Little scrappy here and there, but it's still going to be GE in the advantage. 2v1. Hoax. Will he expect? No, he will not. Just checks it for the namesake and will not commit to that check. It's going to be Patrick to finish it off. 8-2.
I hate making new friends.
I mean, Poppy did a wee bit of trolling there, but good recovery. Obviously, the timing from Venka not quite there because of the trip. Crystal did a nice job coming back and checking on it. Looks like we've got a little bit of a disconnect here.
I'm out of here.
But yeah, I mean, it's not like OG is like playing poorly. They're still, you know, they're trying to find these opportunities, but like the gaps are so small. Like the gaps on Haven were there for them to exploit. They were
right there,
pushing down,
careful there,
finding space, finding these timings. But it seems like the game plan from GE has really tightened up, and you know they're not getting caught in the open with utility in hand. They're not getting sort of like backstabbed right at the last moment. Looks like a PC might have crashed actually, or Crystal kicked the cord. Come on, Crystal.
I mean, he is.
What are you doing?
He's a big guy, isn't he? I heard he's.
I mean, it's those Muay Thai instincts coming out. He got a little mad and kicked the PC. You know, sometimes that happens. It's built into him, right?
Yeah.
Pre-programmed.
You know, I actually wanted to ask: are there any other? You know, you did mention about Crystal. Are there any other hobbies that are off the grid, kind of for the other players?
I don't know them that well at that level yet, just because we've mostly interacted on Discord, about the game. Haven't had enough time to like hang out with anybody really. So yeah, I think that'll be something for the vlogs. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel, because there will be vlogs where you'll get to figure out, who the players are. Who are these guys that are representing VE?
Yep. You get a lot of insider information, get to know your players better, hopefully across the season. But for now, they are in complete control, and they know exactly what OG are up to. One by one, the small little mistakes that, OG are making, or even the proactiveness that they're showing, GE have almost corrected it instantly in the next round, right? When they pushed up B, next round, instantly, just shut it down. Even on A, when they were trying to take control, the very next round, they sent in a little bit of passiveness and then took control on contact, found perfect timings to take out the player there. So GE have been capitalizing on information pretty quickly, because OG have sometimes been repeating things on multiple rounds, and that's not been going the right way for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what you're saying about the proactivity is correct. Like, OG is still trying to be proactive, but GE is doing a very good job responding like actively to that proactivity. And so it's making it really hard, because this is a map and specifically a comp where it's very hard not to play aggressive, because the map is pretty tight. It's pretty small. Like, so you have to be proactively doing things all the time. And if you don't have the correct reactions about like when you should be aggressive and when you should play passive and how to like win that information game, you can really come out looking kind of like outmatched, which is sort of what we're seeing right now, where GE just like has that tempo game down really well, and OG is kind of playing into their hands a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Crystal is back. He has restored his PC, as once again that beat site going to be... Oh, okay. OG pushing in from mid here. The counter stun is perfect to hold Wenka off. Aftershock as well. Drone going to be making sure that it spots him first. And now they're just going to have to fight this together as a 5. Wenka's not connecting anything, but GE together will... What a hold up. Once again, just sitting in their spawn, waiting for OG to make their movements. And they're absolutely on point, reading this, ready for everything. And within seconds, they've gone down to a 5-3-2. I like the idea. I like the proactivity. I like what they had in mind. That stun was really good. But GE, the counter utility that they dropped in elevated was really, really well timed and well thought out.
Yeah, this has been actually kind of a masterclass from Kelly. He had a bit of a rough map, like fragging wise.
One enemy
I
remaining.
thought his calling was pretty good overall, but this map, I mean, he's been a wizard so far. Just like every single time that OG's trying to get aggressive.
Last
it's
round
perfect
in the
time to
half.
call
I'm outta
a
here.
much more passive round.
Yeah. The vision's there, the ideas are there, the execution's just falling a little short of its distance that it needs to be on. It is 9-2, and we're heading into probably 10-2 territory by the way, you know, everything's going. GE have got two great ults as well. One of them is gonna probably, you know, throw things into overdrive. Let's see. They're now looking to probably execute mid themselves. Deep Recon gonna set up Patrick on towards tiles. They're gonna break that door. Keep things alive, but Venka, he's gotten in close. They've not spotted him just yet. He's holding a bit of an off angle. Now he gets one, but he's alone. I'm not sure why Hoax didn't choose to peek with him there.
I know exactly where.
The trade potential was almost zero. Hoax is kind of in the back line. Not ready to take him on at all. And that's given GE ample amount of information.
Yeah, we'll take a little neon diff in this round if I'm a GE fan, which I happen to be. So, again, I mean, the rotation is nicely called by Kelly here. They're going to go hit the site that has one player who has no ability to stop them. Just need to cleanly execute this for a very, very solid and dominant half.
Indeed.
Here we go.
Smokes out. They're going to not expect... Excuse me, I was going to say Kelly, Patrick to be up this close. OG coming on the flank now. And that's been spotted by Yuratan. He's seen everything. GE have information about everything right now. As Patrick's been sent on a mission towards CT to just kind of exhaust his ultimate. Does get a chunk of damage, a headshot with that, but not going to give out any more, you know, information to OG. Good discipline here to get back on time. As this retake from OG could mean everything for the next half. They're going to get two here. It's going to be everything. Poppy gets the trade. Yes, he will. Time is of the essence for OG. It's going to be Poppy to clutch it out. Does he get the one? He gets the first. The second. Going to connect. And the third's going to be there as well. But does he have the round? No, he does not.
Yeah, I think... Oh, no?
No,
I think he does. Yeah. Almost a Poppy round right there. But 9-3, pretty solid half for GE. Yeah, I mean, you hate to say it as a caster because it's cliche, but huge pistol coming up for Orangutan.
Indeed. If they win this, well, 9-3 curse, we've seen it happen before. This team in particular more than anybody else. Global Esports has been on both ends of the 9-3 curse. But yeah, we'll find out if that's going to be holding true here. For that, OG really need to win this pistol. And it seems like they're keen on exploiting that towards that A site. For the moment, they've got 3 players and the spike right there. They've left a Sova outside of B. I think he's just gonna maybe give him a bit of informational play. Yeah, the recon's been exchanged towards B side. Crystal threw one as well. As GE now going to go a bit aggressive towards mid.
If the mid re-clear controlling this area should be able to suss out that it's going to be an A hit here pretty soon. And it's just going to be a retake.
Indeed it is. They've actually retreated towards the B side. They're going for a lot more of a safer route here. But OG have got control completely. They've got the site as well. There's still a retake camera available on site. That's going to be huge from Yuratan to give them information. And there it is. I think he spotted out the two towards spawn. There's a trade 1-for-1, but it's still Global Esports who've got the advantage. Another stun. Techno, he's out in the open, but he's still alive somehow. The Ford coming in, gets the 1 kill. Big from him. Global Esports need to flood in. It's going to be Patrick taking the first contact, but Yudo, he's hoping DC peeks out. He knows he's low. He just needs 1 triple tap. Yep, he's going to get the 1. Hoax is low as well. He gets the second and third. It's all confirmed. One by one, the damage is going to go down, trickle all the way to 0 as Global Esports is patient in that last little second there for Yudo to make sure that A main is controlled, gave them the site and, of course, the round as well.
Yeah, just really nice control, like you said, by GE. That's one of the situations where if you get a little bit too ahead of yourself and you give away one kill, you absolutely lose the pistol on the retake.
Yep.
Because like that initial trade of utility was really good from OG. They totally stopped the retake initially, but GE played that super patiently, didn't kind of get pressured by the spike timer, and was able to just kind of like pick apart the weaker players on OG.
Yes, this should do.
Good stuff overall, and now they're going for a bit of a exploratory mission towards B main. The recon's been broken. I thought Yudo's actually going to peek on the back of that, even if it was broken. Now they're playing an up and down system. They're going to take the first. Oh, he spotted one, he spotted two. The stun's there. He's stuck by the trip, and that's going to be Crystal securing that kill. Little too ambitious there. Venka gets punished for it, and now the backstab is open. Started moving in. Doesn't seem like it's necessary. Crystal's gonna find multiple people there. Elif might have crawled to the site, but he's not gonna be ready for any fights. Pokes, only one left. He's gonna go down as well. And the two players who started to hold off on B will finish off this round at the end as well. 11-3. And it seems like we might be heading into the end of this game here, Elevators.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good map from Crystal. It's been a good map from pretty much everybody on GE. Pretty big kill spread across the entire board. Definitely doing a much better job of shutting down Venka this map than they did on Haven, where he kind of ran wild.
This goes here.
OG in a dire need for a round here, and this is their first buy, and they need to win this if they want to establish anything. Aggressive and quick motions from GE towards A main and mid as well. They set up their players, but Techno is going to make sure that his team stays on top in terms of numbers. Takes 2 for the one that GE found, and not backing out just yet. Crystal picks up the Vandal. Gonna spam through that smoke, making sure nobody's close in. Gets a free kill, not gonna be happening. But OG re-clear this angle. They're gonna go in as a 4, and they're gonna find another.
Crystal got a little greedy there, but the timing from OG very nice, refilling that space right as GE was leaving it. We'll see if we can hit the 3 or 4 gun taken away.
Last player standing.
Probably not.
Yeah. Well, OG do secure their buy round at the bare minimum, and it was a really required one as well. If they hadn't gotten that, it would have been GG's game over. I thought, G had a good idea there. The flash was great, setting up Patrick on tiles as well. But once again, it's again Helef with that stun, right? He stops off the most important incision point, that's Patrick. And he's the first one they find as to make sure, no matter who we find as a trade, it's going to be the Neon who we have to kill first. Because if he's taken out, the rest of the team kind of slows down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Breach is good on this map for a reason, because the lanes are perfect for the stun.
Oh, look at that setup. That's perfect. Crystal getting absolutely a free murder, and he gets away with it as well. The number of stuns across that A main allows him to make full use of that Hunter's Fury. And Yudo knows that there's one towards mid as well. I'm pretty sure as soon as this switch going to be broken. Yep, there it is. I think that's going to flash out, slide out. And they're heading in towards A. No, they're just kind of holding on for the moment. Kelly calls out for his team. He's saying that they could be anywhere in spawn. You guys need to check your extremities. But the motion that's actually called out from OG is the fact that G pushed up A main. And Yudo's holding the most amazing position. Yudo holding on, waiting for the trigger discipline, but it doesn't seem like he's going to need it for any longer. Great stuff there. Venka, the only one who finds a kill from OG this round, is going to have to get away as well. 12-4, and this might just be the end of the first series of this face-off Global Esports event.
Yeah, a little too confident that Sova's not going to turn around there from Yudo for my taste.
Yeah, I swear.
Keep him on my screen at the very least. But
to be fair, my eyebrows just went straight up. I'm like, okay, then we're doing this already. And then, all right,
yeah,
kind of hold on.
I'm out of here.
But yeah, one more chance for OG to try and make a comeback here. Oh, that's a good start. Venka gets the first kill.
Okay, Crystal, the double there was massive from him, and Patrick, a little too out of the open, I feel, gave himself up there. It's a 2v2, it is the Cypher and Breach duo, and Yudo's got the perfect position to find one. There goes the Newell Depth, just needs to get away, doesn't even need to fight that anymore. They've got the spike in their hands as well, it's on A main. All they need is for DC to make his moves, make his mistakes. Where does he plan to go? He's got a minute to play with. He could make the play all the way from mid and kind of flank him, and that's already been marked as well. They're ready for everything. They've kind of just submitted themselves towards A main, both the G players, and DC is heading in the same direction that had just been marked, I believe, from Kelly.
Yeah, Yudo's got the read on this. I mean, he's kind of shown this map why we picked him up. Like he was just too good in the trials not to have on our team, even though it meant switching over to another
30
role
seconds left
to make room for Patrick, who on Duelist. I mean, he's just such an intelligent player. As I see him get timing here, but I mean, he really is just making a lot of good.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. He gave him too much time. DC gave him too much time to just kind of think, okay, you know what, maybe he might just be on something. We're just going to have a quick peek-see, and that's going to be it. The end of the series, 2-0 for Global Esports as they finished 13-4 on map 2. And Sunset pretty clearly showing why you guys picked it at Elevated. You know, honestly, great map from them.
Yeah, just a really clean performance overall. I mean, we didn't get to see a ton of the defensive side from GE, but I think it would have been sort of more of the same. Like, basically every time the OG tried something, GE had the perfect counter for it. And, you know, especially on the attack side, just like reading Kelly's read on the game was really excellent there. It's just like every time that OG was getting aggressive, GE was like really far back in spawn ready for it. We were looking at the ults, we were looking at the money situation, expecting the play patterns from OG. And I mean, it kind of helps. We're playing the same comp, right? Like we understand exactly how this comp works. And so we kind of had a little bit of a soul read there going on.
Yeah. Global Esports, really great pickup. Like I said, from the last map, they're going to, you know, just kind of ride on the momentum. And as Jivy mentioned as well, right? A win's a win. And he's just going to keep reminding his players that it doesn't matter if you've lost at 13 level. We're going to, you know, talk about all the mistakes later on. We can fix it in, the post game, but you need to focus on what's ahead of you. And they did. Honestly, once again, it was Crystal, and he had so much impact on this game apart from Yudotan. Yudotan's lurks on that attack side, absolutely amazing. Perfect, right? He was really on point at making sure that the pressure was constantly put on OG's shoulders. And every single time Kelly called that, you know what, OG have done this before, we're going to hold out here, they're going to repeat this, they made mistakes again and again. OG went out solo, went out in places where their utility could have been used, did not fully put down their foot in places where they could have won their fights. And Kelly was in the best position to read those out and just, you know, make sure that his team knows what they're doing, plays on the back of his util. And Patrick, once again, I feel like he could have, you know, probably had a little bit more impact, but hey, he did his job really well. That was creating space, and I'm glad about that. I'm happy that, you know, he was able to make the space needed for the team.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things, right? Like, obviously, we've been kind of like hyping up Patrick Hu. Like, who is this guy? Why is this guy getting picked up? You've seen all of his clips and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, like, this is a team game, right? And you have to do your job. And he does that job extremely well for us. Like, we just won 13-4 on this map with, you know, somebody that is maybe billed as like the X factor for the team, barely having a positive KD, right? Okay, so what does that say? It means that we're doing a lot of other things very, very well. And I mean, trust me, when he's on, you'll know it because he'll be at the top of the scoreboard 100% of the time. But you know, it's okay for him to not have a perfect day all the time because there's a lot of other shooters on this team. Like we saw, there's a lot of people that can shoot on this team, and that's very, very good. Everybody has to be able to shoot at a tier 1 level. And I think that we've got 5 people who can do that. You saw the clutches on Haven from Crystal. You saw them from Poppy. You saw them from Kelly. And then you've got good utility being thrown to help out players do their job. And then obviously the timings, the game sense from Yudo is really, really good. And Patrick's in there pulling a lot of attention to him to allow other players to shine. So
exactly.
Pretty happy with that.
is that push and pull maneuver, right? The minute they kind of like Patrick do his thing, Yudo gets a bit of a free space to move in. OG didn't really, go out to get that information, even though they knew almost every round that, Yudo's kind of, lurking around, the shadows. He's making his plays. He's keeping the pressure on. But the fact that G were putting so much pressure, especially on that A site, him just breaking that tripwire on mid gave OG so much to think about. Okay, now we got to figure out how do we take care of this mid guy, because he could be anywhere. He could have crawled in. He could have gotten anywhere. So, yeah, great stuff from the team overall on the second map. We've got 5 more games coming up in the next 5 days, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of opponents coming in and a lot of Valorant to be watched, of course. And Global Esports, hopefully every single day we just keep getting better, man. That's all I'm hoping for.
Yeah, and I think if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be able to talk to Yudo here for a little bit.
Yep.
I think. So we get to hear from the man.
Yes, of course, the man who's been the sneaky little impact man for this team so far. Yudo's going to be coming on. So guys, stay here. Here we go. Welcome, Yudo-tan.
After you finish the interview, just after you hear.
Hello, Yudo-tan. How are you doing?
어때 기분 어떠시냐고 물어봤는데.
첫 맵에서
We can't hear you, bro.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing? How are you doing?
Yeah.
What's up, King? How you feeling today?
Feel good. Yeah, feel good today. Yeah.
Feel good, play good, right?
Yeah.
Well, I have a question for you. Tell me, how was this second game for you? How do you feel while playing the game? How was the game?
It's kinda easy for me because our team doing very well. So I just doing my job.
All right. I mean, you were really good on that Cypher on attack. Can you tell me what changed from map 1 to map 2? What was the big difference? You guys had 13-11 and now 13-4. What was the big difference in map 1, map 2?
I think it's I don't know. I feel like it's same confident. It's my IGL just doing great job.
Well,
were you nervous at all, Yudo, going to game 1? Do you have any nerves?
Yeah, kind of nervous.
I mean, respect. That's how it is.
I mean, to be fair, Udo, you did play Ascension in China, right? You played there, and that was a very different. How different is China from APAC? You've played here. How different is it right now from China to where you are playing right now?
Wait, I need translate maybe. 중국에서 했던 거랑 지금 하는 거랑 다른 점이 뭐냐고 물어봤는데.
중국에서 했던 거랑 지금 하는 거랑 다른 게 뭐냐고. 어떻게 답변하고 싶어요?
중국은 되게 공격적으로 게임하는 것 같고 중국에서는 지금은 모두가 다 정해진 체계적으로 움직이는 것 같다고.
알겠습니다. Alright, so in China, like the most of the teams in China, they usually do very aggressive, but as of now, we're playing in sort of principle. We're following some certain principle right now, so he thinks it's better in this way.
Cool. Can I ask you one more question?
하나 더 물어봐도 되냐고 하네요. Alright, he said yes. Good.
Okay. My question for Yudo is obviously he lost to Crystal in Ascension. So how is it to have Crystal on his team? And how does it feel to carry Crystal on map number 1?
그 어센션에서 그 크리스탈이 있는 팀한테 졌는데, 네, 이제 오늘 첫 번째 맵에서 이제 크리스탈을 이제 이끄는 그런 기분이 어땠는지 좀 물어보네요.
사실 뭐 지금 당장이라도 지금 뭐 1분을 토하고 싶지만 그래도 지금 같은 팀이 됐으니까 같이 열심히 으쌰으쌰하고 같이 게임을 해보니까 이제 별 다른 건 없더라고요.
아, 별 다른 건 없다.
팀에서 이제 세컨드 콜 같은 걸 잘해줘가지고
네.
게임하기 편한 것 같아요.
아, 그러니까 세컨튼 콜이라는 게 좀,
약간 IGL 다음에 게임에
아,
지금 가야 된다.
알겠습니다. So I think it does not change a lot of things, but still he's a good member of our team. He does a lot of second call, which is very good for him to get a lot of information in the game. So he thinks is very cool to be with him in our team, in the same team.
Nice.
Awesome.
I have one more question for him. He was playing duelist for most of his time in China, and now he's had a role change. He's playing the Cypher, and he's only played it for a short time. How has the change been for him? Is he already feeling that he can do this better?
그 중국에 있을 때 타격대로 계속 플레이를 하셨잖아요. 근데 이제 이 짧은 시간 동안 타격대에 좀 이제 롤 체인징을 좀 했었어야 되는데 지금 뭐 기분이 어떻고 좀 이 어떤 메타에 좀 잘 적응할 수 있었던 것 같은지 물어보네요.
사실 아직까지도 그 감시자의 적응을 잘 하지 못해서 최대한 적응하려고 노력 중이에요. 지금 메타로 봤을 때는 저에게는 그나마 총 쏠 수 있는 기회가 그나마 있는 것 같아서 좋은 것 같아요.
알겠습니다. So he's actually getting hang of things as playing Cypher, and he's doing he's putting most of his effort on this playing this kind of Cypher things, and he feels good about it playing Cypher, most likely, yeah.
All right, nice. Elevated, you have any question? Last question?
Are you gonna have a celebratory dinner, and what are you gonna eat tonight?
아, 오늘 저녁 어떤 거 드시는지. 케밥이긴 하거든요.
케밥 먹는답니다. 케밥.
Alright, so we're gonna go for kebab. Yeah.
Nice.
Before he goes,
Very good.
anything he wants to say to the fans who are watching him right now?
아, 그리고 팬들한테 이제 하고 싶은 말씀.
오늘 비록 첫 맵에서 아슬아슬하게 이겼지만 다음 경기부터는 준비 제대로 해서 쉽게 이길 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Alright, so the first match was really close, but he's gonna do his best to own the every other teams as much as possible.
Let's go. That's my goat.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Orangutan. Thank you so much. All the best for next matches. See you.
다음 경기도 잘하시길 바란다고 합니다. Alright, he said thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye. He's such a sweet kid, right? You can clearly see that he is, he's shy to talk on camera, but clearly in the server he will pop your head off.
He's actually the biggest troll on the team. You guys might not know that, but he's that guy that will. I probably shouldn't leak too much, but he's that guy. We'll be in a scrim sometimes, and we'll have clearly won a round. It'll be like a 5v1. The guy's on Classic or something like that, and Yuta will run up behind Kelly and shoot, and Kelly will freak out because he thinks somebody's run up behind him, and So he's the guy that's always trolling people. But yeah, he's a good kid.
I mean, I really wish we can see that side of his personality, and hopefully we're able to capture it in the videos that we have with the team coming up in the week. So if you want to see the troll Yurotan, you guys need to subscribe, watch every single thing that comes up. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, we've spoken to the player who did have a great impact on this game. Let's talk to the coach, shall we, who kind of orchestrated the confidence for his team right before they settled in. Sunset was 13-4, and of course, a big hand of that goes to Juvi. So let's have him on the segment. Juvi, how was the second game?
I told you I was going to go better, and it did. So, maybe confidence isn't all fake, And yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, we played more confident. We weren't afraid to make plays. The biggest thing in this game is you have to be the one to make plays, not the one to let people make plays on you.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of confidence that was executed in that first round itself, even though you guys did take up a bit of space. That OG were trying to again be that proactive self, but this time it was really, really clear that you guys were in control in terms of reading what they were going to do. So how did that work? Was that you telling a little bit? Was it Kelly as mostly?
No, it's all Kelly. I mean, I can't say nothing in the middle of the game. So that's all Kelly making the reads. It's all our team giving him the information. Udaton calling out, "Hey, Cypher's A, come back to A," stuff like that. It's a team effort for sure.
Elevate, you got any questions for him?
I mean, I guess main question would just be like the tempo changes. I mean, how proud of Kelly are you? I mean, I was proud. I felt like a proud
Yeah.
father. I was like, he's reading this game perfectly right now.
Yeah, he did really good, and that's something he's going to keep getting better at as he sort of gets an idea of how I think the game should be played, how we think the game should be played, and he's getting better every day. Like we talked about Friday, I think, or Thursday it was technically, was like our best day of practice yet, and that came down to a lot to having Kelly having good reads and sort of getting an idea of how he wants to call, and what works best for us. Right, every team is different.
That's really great to hear as well, because I genuinely I feel like he kind of first game, yeah, like even if Yudo mentioned that he was kind of nervous, I feel like that was kind of it was there for the entire team as well. But the second game, they kind of came into their own, and he just mentioned as well, right? Yudo, he's going through his role change, but he's still really strong on that cipher as well. What have you told him about playing this role? That he's gotten it so well already. He's got great timings, the pressure that's created by him mid round as well. Really good. What advice have you given him?
I'm just constantly like fixing mistakes, constantly trying to work on him and his timing, constantly working on, hey, you shouldn't go then, bait these guys, like you're allowed to bait now. You're allowed to be bait, just and don't be afraid to take ones. If they give you a one, take it. You know what I mean? As defense, you're not supposed to give people a 1v1. So if they're giving you a 1v1, take it. Udatan has such a game, you guys can see. And like I know even on top of that, Patrick didn't play as well as I've been hyping him up, bro. But I'm hyping up Udatan just as much, and we can see what Udatan can do. So I promise you, throughout the season, you guys will see both of those kids popping off like crazy.
Yeah, honestly, both of them have been really great, and even of course. We have more to look forward to in the next couple of days. So we're going to have to continue this conversation as in when we see more and more, teams come up. And of course, more maps played by G, so we can see what is the pool of, skill that you guys have cooked up in the last couple of weeks. Dewey, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. All the best.
Adios, boys.
All right. Well, we've secured Series 1 for day 1. We've got another game coming up tomorrow, Elevated. How are you feeling at the end of the day? How are you feeling? Are you confident for tomorrow a lot more, or what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels good to get the first game out of the way, because I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I had butterflies for that first game. Like all the players were nervous, but now we're feeling pretty ready to take on the next team. And also, I want to quickly say shout out to OG for being the first team to step up. They put up a really good fight in map number 1. They put up a good fight in map number 2, and so we really appreciate them as an org, like playing these show matches for us. It's very important for us to get these games and this experience, and so it means a lot for the teams that are willing to step up and play us.
Indeed, all my friends who were there at OG, you guys did a really great job. Map 1 could have almost won it, just 1 or 2 little tweaks here and there. Maybe you guys have it in your upcoming season as well. All the best to you guys for VCL SA 2025, as we are going to be watching you. I know I'm going to be watching you there. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we have, of course, come to the end of today's match. We've got so much more to look forward to. And I feel like now is the time to kind of, say goodbye to everybody, as, we have got things to do, stuff to prepare. But yeah, Elevated, any last thoughts?
Keep it together, universe. Keep it together, man.
Any last thoughts before we head out for the day?
Honestly, it was just really fun working with you. I'm glad I got to cast some Valorant again, and I had a great time. It was a little awkward casting my own team, but I think you carried me, so I appreciate it.
I don't know, man, you did really well. Your insights onto the game are absolutely great. I think a lot of people understand a lot better as to what happens in the team, especially when it's your own, right? So you're able to tell that this was the plan, this was not the plan, this is how we're supposed to go, this is what we have to fix and stuff like that. But honestly, been a great day. A lot of things that I got to learn from you. So thank you so much, Elevated, for joining me. And tomorrow, once again, ladies and gentlemen, 2 p.m. We're going to be right back here. 2 p.m. IST, that is for you. If you're living in a different time zone, 2 p.m. IST, right here at Global Esports' channels. You will find everything. Follow them on Twitter, Instagram, everything if you don't want to lose out any sort of notifications. But thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Is both the giver of life and a force that shapes everything it touches. It flows. It adapts. And it never stops moving. From the depths of the sea, I carry the power of the dragon. Silent, but fierce.
What's up, guys? My name is Preston Dornan, but you guys can call me Juvenile.
That's it.
I guess we'll see on the internet.
whoa. So फाइनली हम अनाउंसमेंट वीडियो शूट कर रहे हैं हमारे हेड कोच का. बट मैंने सोचा हम लोग इतना इंटरेस्टिंग कंटेंट पीस शूट कर रहे हैं तो थोड़ा आपको बिहाइंड द सीन्स मैजिक तो दिखाना बनता है, राइट? ये वो मोमेंट है जहाँ हमारा कोच रेडी हो रहा है. बोल रहा था थोड़ा नर्वस है, तो चलते हैं पूछते हैं क्या हाल है, क्या चल रहा है. Are you excited for your first shoot, photo shoot?
Yeah, I'm excited. It's just a visa shoot. This was way more complicated than just a visa picture.
I mean, it's for official documentation, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, goodbye American citizenship.
Yeah, man, this is something I've been wanting to do since I was like a kid, man. Like 10 years old, I've been wanting to braid my hair. So I'm gonna get my hair officially like braided for the shoot. Hopefully it turns out good after. I guess we'll see on the internet.
So बहुत ही cozy है salon पे हम लोग आए हैं. And जो कोरियन experts हैं उन लोग ने पूरा responsibility ली है कि हमारे कोच जुवेनाइल को एकदम स्टार बना देंगे. ठीक है, ये तो बिफोर था. वो अभी मैजिक करेंगे, उसके बाद हमारा टर्न होएगा टू डू द मैजिक ऑन स्क्रीन. तो आई थिंक हमारा हेड कोच वापस आ गया है. लेट्स गो. आर वी रेडी फॉर दिस? आर वी रेडी फॉर दिस?
Ready?
Damn!
Hey! I love it. It feels really good. It looks nice. It feels good. Clean.
It's damn clean, dude. So this is your new look now?
For a week at least.
एक चीज़ मैं बोलना भूल गया कि हम लोग को कल शूट के लिए थोड़ी चीज़ें शॉप करनी थी, कॉस्ट्यूम वाइज एंड एक दो यूटिलिटी वाइज. बेसिकली हम लोग एक जैकेट ढूंढ रहे हैं सेक्सी जो जर्सी को छुपा पाएगा, एंड एक शेड्स ढूंढ रहे हैं. अब कैसे वो यूज़ करने वाले हैं वो आपको लगता है फाइनल वीडियो में ही पता चलेगा. आई थिंक विद दैट वी आर कंप्लीट विद द शॉपिंग. नाउ चलते हैं डायरेक्टली सेट पे. रेडी फॉर द शूट?
Ready, bro.
Yeah? Oh, whoa. What up? Looking good, man.
Thank you, man.
Actually, this suits you.
Right?
Yeah. So हमारा जो DOP है वो कल अवेलेबल नहीं था, and अच्छा ही है because कल काफ़ी overcast था, so there was no sunlight. आज लकीली सन निकला है, तो हम लोग ने जो शॉट्स प्लान किए थे उसके लिए वी नीडेड द सन, होपिंग जब हम बोट पे जाए तब मस्त सनलाइट आए एंड थोड़े सिलुएट शॉट्स एंड एवरीथिंग जो हम लोग ने प्लान किया है वो अच्छे से जाए. You're watching, you're like, huh? and then you look up. This guy? Okay. Okay, ready?
Wait.
So एक और location खत्म हो गया है. How's it going so far?
Man, it's been amazing. I'm a little nerd from Texas starting my own movie right now.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, man, it's been so much fun. Like, this is all a dream come true, you know?
Okay, welcome to the last location. ये सबसे महंगा location है. इसके लिए हम लोग ने बहुत research किया. Basically, ये location का नाम है सेबी आइलैंड and यहाँ से हम एक boat पे जाने वाले हैं. और जो हमारा शूट का टेक्निकली लास्ट सीक्वेंस है वो हमारे फिल्म का ओपनिंग है. हम चाहते थे कि दिखाएं कि हमारा जो हेड कोच है वो लेवाइथन को छोड़ के लिटरली सोल सिटी शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं एंड ये उनका ओपनिंग शॉट है. सो लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोस.
Good thing and bad thing though.
Action! This is your moment. This is your city. Damn, ऐसा सनसेट पता नहीं कितने सालों बाद देखने मिला है. On the boat with the crew.
Thank you so much, G. Thank you so much, fans, man. You guys make this shit possible.
Action. I know थोड़ा क्लीशे है, but हम जा रहे हैं एक इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट. Are you excited, by the way?
Oh man, I'm so excited right now. I got a bunch of suggestions from Twitter.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm so ready.
Be careful, it's a bit hot.
It looks very hot.
Hot, right?
Very hot. But it's good. It's very good, but it's hot.
Okay.
Should I be nervous?
You've never had this, right?
No, I've never had this. Should I just eat it plain or stuff?
Yeah, just play. Okay.
It feels like it's a light bread. Yeah.
Dal tadka, chicken tikka masala, butter chicken. Which one are you attacking first? Okay, moment of truth.
Let's try this with the bread and the chicken. Here we go.
It's too hot.
It's so good. So far, this wins.
The chili chicken?
Chili chicken wins.
ओके तो अभी और शूट नहीं करेंगे बिकॉज बहुत भूख लग रही है. शादी फोटोग्राफर नहीं है हम लोग, बट ओवरऑल वर्डिंग अच्छा रहा है. ही रियली लाइक्स द फूड एंड मेरे को बोला दैट ही वुड लव टू ट्रैवल टू इंडिया एंड ट्राई सम पानी पूरी, चाट एंड पाव भाजी.
Be there soon.
Be there soon, right? So experience epic था. Any closing notes?
Oh man, it's absolutely amazing. I'm full. I'm about to go pass out and have the food come out.
So the only standing that's acceptable to me is
We will do whatever it takes to win.
no pressure. No pressure. He wasn't part of our tryouts. In fact, we had met Scream's agent at Champions and we had a discussion. The logic that we had right now for building our current roster is we're looking at very young blood, young gun players. The goal is to get experience and young firepower along with that experience. So Scream didn't fit into our plan, but he's a great player and I'm sure at some point in the future we'll get the chance to work with him. It just may not be this season because it didn't fit into our current project plan. I mean, this question remains the same regardless of whether it is GE or anyone else. We have actively seen this happen for any championship winning roster across all titles. This is not just in esports, even in sports, but I'll stick to esports, and even in sports, I'll stick to Valorant. We've seen this as a curse. Almost every championship winning team has broken after they have won VCT for various reasons, salary and payouts being one of them, because there's always someone who's going to want to value that player a lot more than what you feel they are worth. But at the same time, when you do win, the team gets monetized in many ways. So yeah, like we did see Genji retain the players that they wanted, even though they probably had to pay more, even though there were some players that were looking for other teams or whatever happened over there. The point being that there are going to be some scenarios in which we will have to step up, and in some scenarios where we will rather step down. That's going to be more dependent on the players than dependent on the cost of that player. So if there is a player who's worth it, we'd love to pay more. If there is a player that we can't justify the cost, it doesn't matter whether we have won or lost. If it doesn't justify the cost, if the value of the player doesn't justify the cost, we'll find someone else.
Expectations तो है जीतेंगे सब कुछ. To be fair, top 5.
So the last 2 seasons, I had kept a goal for standing and we did not hit that goal. So this season, we have only 1 and 1 goal, win as many games as possible. So the only standing that's acceptable to me is... No pressure, just saying. We have to win as many games as possible.
Obviously, देख अगर हम give up कर देंगे तो how will everything work, right?
No, I don't think we will ever change our mindset to giving up regardless of how much we lose. And it has been years that we have been doing this across rosters. We have just been in VCT for 2 years, but we have been doing esports for a lot longer. And not just as Global Esports, all of us, we have competed on stage and we have won and lost and we have faced challenges. This is how sports is. This is how esports is. There will be wins, there will be losses. Someone has to win, someone has to lose. And that is just the nature of the sport. But it is our absolute responsibility to ensure we do whatever we can that we have to win. We have to make sure that we have to win and empower our staff, our players, our coaches, our fans, all of you with as many victories as we can. And that's what our goal is going to be. Yes, our goal has drastically shifted. In a lot of ways, what we wanted to do earlier was get a lot of things done. Now for us, getting it done isn't enough. If we don't win, it does not fulfill our criteria. So right now, priority is winning as many games as possible.
Best thing I personally learned was more in the lines of creating a good team environment and good team cohesion. Specifically ये सब चीज़ें spin tried to implement a lot in the team. So I think वो मेरी बहुत ज़्यादा learning बहुत अच्छी learning होगी और यही मैं और बाकी rosters में भी under GE implement करूँगा.
The thing that literally sunk my heart was one of the matches. I found out that Polvi forgot his keyboard back at the boot camp after reaching the arena, just as they were getting called on stage. So that entire chaos of making sure that someone could go back, get his keyboard and ensure he had his keyboard just before the match started. Absolute chaos, worst moment. I would never want to go through that again, and I can't believe we let that slip through the cracks. That's absolutely our mistake and our fault. We should not have let that happen. But yeah, absolute worst moment for us from the season.
Best बहुत मुश्किल है बोलना है ideally. It wasn't a really good season for us. बहुत rough season था. But I think all the memories that we made with the players, coaching staff and everyone, that was, something I could cherish.
Right now, new jersey with your name printed on the back, especially the VCT, not this one that I'm wearing, the VCT edition, we are not currently selling those. We've kept that exclusive only to the players. But the unnamed jerseys are available. Currently, we're only shipping in India. International shipping will be coming soon, probably once the season starts. You'll get more details about that either on globalesports.com or gefighting.com. Yes. Already, if you go on Twitter, our coach has told Com that I'll see you in Paris. तो जी और Leviathan का वहाँ मिलने का plan है. तो I'm just saying, confidence है. Now we have to win our matches and get them.
I think scrim में और tournament खेलने में बहुत difference है. Scrim में थोड़ा loosen up होते हैं, इतना nervousness नहीं होते. जब stage पे होते हैं तो वो nervousness kick in होता है धीरे-धीरे.
I think it's a massive difference because a scrim, you are kind of isolated. You're in your comfort zone. It's like playing in the comforts of your home. You are in a very closed and safe environment, while when you're playing on stage, you have hundreds of people screaming and cheering. You have casters, you have that environment, the spotlight is on you, you can see your opponents in the eye, especially every time you lose and you know you're the reason you lost, and you look up from your screen and you turn around, you see the entire environment. I think anyone who has ever been up on a stage and had to face an audience will know what that experience is like. People call it stage fright, but imagine that amplified into 100x because there's so many more action-packed moments happening. So every single round, you just turn around and you see that environment. I think that's very different from being in your boot camp or being in your house and competing. I think that's something that all our players need more experience of.
None. बिल्कुल भी फर्क नहीं पड़ता. We will do whatever it takes to win. So बाकी factors matter नहीं करते.
I would say both are equally important because coach आपका जितना भी अच्छा हो, at the end of the day the players need to do everything in game, and at the end of the day again it also works vice versa. No matter how good your players are, if you don't have a guiding light telling them exactly what needs to be done and building that structure around them, then you do have some sort of lack. So you need both sides of it. Coach भी important है, player भी important है. The way we would look at it, have a strong coach and a strong IGL and build around them, and then building maybe 4 young guns around the IGL and the coach. That is probably the ideal way, but there's many ways. There's no right way to build a roster. I think whatever works for each team has to play to their own pros and cons, their strengths and weaknesses.
गोल ये है कि जीतना है और सारे इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स में compete करना है.
Hey, coach. Juvenile.
Wait, what's that?
Listen, I got something for you. We have to talk about the most stale meta in the entire game. We have to talk about Ascent. There's only one comp that's playable on this map. That's what everybody says. This map's solved. Nothing is new under the sun. I think it's time to start attacking this comp. As you know, Ascent is the most defense-sided map in the entire pool. At Champs, 47% win rate on attack, by far the lowest for any attack, but that is where this comp has the solution. Harbor, Clove, Gecko, Sky, and Vice.
I'm watching. Keep going. You at least have me intrigued.
60% of attack-sided hits don't work because they just get stuck in the choke point. So we're going to take a map that is not attack-sided and we're going to turn it into an attack-sided map. We're going to execute A with the harbor wall. He's going to throw the wall, so we're going to take 50% of the site. There's going to be a cove that lands here, and all we have to do is just get into A main.
Okay.
We can rip guiding light here to make sure nobody's close. Everybody's concerned, oh, we don't have a duelist. How are you going to enter on the A site? Well, guess what? We don't need to, because Little Man is going to do the planting. Wingman goes in, plants the spike in the cove. They have no idea what's going on. We can close the door, we can put up a shear so that once they break the door, boom, there's a wall. By that time, we're going to have Clove smokes up, we're going to have a ton of flashes, and once the spike is down, everybody knows your win rate in the round, if you have even numbers, goes up 80%.
Okay, coach, I like what you're cooking. What other type of plans do you think would work in this situation?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Because we could flash out and play. We could even spin y'all get stuff.
Tell you this right now. Cook this comp. You're throwing the harbor wall right here. You're gonna throw a sky flash to the wall right here on the left side. It's gonna get it.
Listen, this is one of many coming your way.
By the way, coach, you haven't said hello.
What are you talking about? We've been talking this whole time.
Oh man, I mean the fans.
Let's cook.
Gotta wait till our first event.
In the off season?
Player standing.
Elbow.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Elbow. Easy. Nice. Oh shit. What?
One enemy remaining.
I want to be. Hey. Easy. You know? Who are you, bro? Who are you? G fighting. You know? G fighting. Two default.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Powers out. One enemy remaining.
Ah! Yummy.
Honest picture.
No. Did you win, right?
No.
Oh, we win, eh?
I have the spike. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Ano tol?
All done.
Easy. Here and here.
One enemy remaining.
Papi chulo.
On bench, on bench.
Enemy remaining.
That's yours.
One side, one side.
I got spike. Gotta
1 HP.
go. One enemy remaining.
We go again.
Spike down.
Club elbow, club elbow. Just help.
It's over.
Last player standing.
Hi.
Last player standing.
Holy mama.
Guys, this season for every match, when Patrick Hu does something insane, we type Patrick Hu.
Outside.
One issue.
Maybe main. Care.
When he does something dumb, we type Patrick Y.
One enemy remaining.
Break drone.
One HP new.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, no, you just throw around.
What the fuck?
Hello there.
Embarrassing.
Next side.
One enemy remaining.
Yum 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 yum. Eco kill. Yum 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 yum.
Jiggle ka, please, jiggle. Taway na! What's your gun?
One enemy remaining.
Take my bado.
You see, you ready for this one tap? It's the clove. It's the clove, bro.
Club, soba.
Go.
One enemy.
Couple checkers.
Swimmy.
Did.
One enemy remaining.
كلهم شفنا مولد من
Sleep, brother. Down.
Let him so dumb. Don't give him, guys.
Ace, keep me, fuck you, man.
No.
Bro, what's swing him? What the fuck are you doing, bro? Neo, 4A.
Strike down A. One enemy remaining.
Last was A. Just give me ace. What is this game, bro?
Kondi. Fashion. Oh my god. EE, you come E from given.
No, this is Patrick.
Sure, yeah, PoE is like money on that game actually. Look at this. Look how fast. I'm a ninja. This is look pro gamer.
Tumablas ka ba?
Two.
Iling.
Flank, right? Flank. I was your upper. No.
One enemy remaining.
Amen.
One enemy remaining.
Optic, yay, masterclass.
behind the box. Nice, you come.
Easy.
Proof here, proof here. Side here. CT. You have John. Oh, the goat.
One enemy remaining.
Ewan mo na lang.
One enemy remaining.
Gagong.
One enemy remaining.
DB1.
Ah.
Coach Nasser, I am subscribed to GE Valorant. Don't you lie. Don't you lie. I am subscribed. I'm definitely subscribed.
ग्लोबल esports के VCT ऑफ सीजन इवेंट की अनाउंसमेंट फेस ऑफ। ये एक यूनिक 6 दिन का एग्जीबिशन सीरीज है जिसमें ग्लोबल esports की 2025 वैलोरेंट रोस्टर एशिया के सबसे बेस्ट टीम्स के अगेंस्ट लड़ेगी। डेली बेस्ट ऑफ 3 मैचेस होंगे और रोज अलग अलग इंटरनेशनल टीम्स दिखेंगे। ये एक्सपीरियंस हमारे VCT टीम के लिए एक तैयारी है ताकि जब सीजन शुरू हो तो ये टीम फुल्ली प्रिपेयर्ड हो, दिमाग से भी और स्किल से भी। फेस ऑफ उनके लिए एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बन जाएगा जहां हमारे प्लेयर्स प्रेशर कैसे संभालते हैं वो टेस्ट होगा, और फैंस के लिए भी ये एक स्पेशल मोमेंट है क्योंकि वो पहली बार इस रोस्टर को एक्शन में देखेंगे। 18 to 23 नवंबर ग्लोबल esports के वैलोरेंट यूट्यूब चैनल पर और ट्विच चैनल पे भी मिस मत करना।
He wasn't even the top 3 Indian players as far as performance goes. If we don't make champs, it is a failure of a season. The year that I made this alias, the #1 song in the United States was Back That Ass Up by Juvenile. And so yeah, that's how I got my alias, bro. It's from the rapper Juvenile, Back That Ass Up.
Won't you back that ass up?
I was in talk with a couple other orgs. I went with a GE because I thought I had a real chance to win with an APAC based off of last season, and that I think that the bottom of APAC is a little weak and that the top of APAC is something that you can break into reasonably and make champs. On top of that, the org itself stands for a lot of alike, man. You guys are all ex-esports players. You guys are all ex-pros. You guys really love the game, and I feel like that's me too, man. Like I'm a fan of esports. I just love seeing it successful. I love seeing other people like-minded like that just love esports as a whole, and that's something that GE really brought. I think as an org, which is something that's different than other orgs. I mean, Aspas had so many options, and you know he obviously requires a big bag to sign Aspas, and so yeah, that would be the main reason. I mean, I'm happy with the players we got. I'm happy with the team we got. So yeah, I don't have any regrets about who we got and didn't get for sure. I just grew it out. It's been growing out for like 7 years. The way to keep it nice, use nice shampoo, use a nice conditioner, and brush it a bunch. I've done it my entire career. My entire career, if you go back, look at every game I've ever played, every team I've ever coached, I just bring success in general. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so confident, is because I'm confident in my ability to turn any talented player into a good player. Being talented doesn't mean you're good, but being talented means you have the ability to be good. And I'm very confident in my ability to teach the game and to teach the game the correct way. I think there's gonna be some barriers, but the reality is like everyone's in this entire scene is doing the same thing, right? Like every team in APAC is here. For us, I'm gonna go out to dinner with the players. We're gonna have dinners together. We're gonna have stuff together. We're working out together 3 times a week. That's gonna be something to help us build camaraderie as a whole, for us to get used to each other. We're all gonna enjoy the city itself, and Korea is amazing, man. Whatever the players want, Filipino food, whether we want Korean food, whether we want Tex-Mex, whether we want Italian, everything as far as that goes here is available, and we just gotta go and find it. And that's part of the fun, is going to explore it together.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a performance coach for the season, and so that's somebody that's definitely going to help with that. And then in general, like, I don't pick up players that have tilt issues or rage issues or any kind of issues. Like, that's something that's very important to me in the process of picking players is like, if I see, and like, I've been around long enough that I can almost tell you instantly which players are going to be toxic from which are not. I know this sounds crazy, but like, I've just done the team building thing. I've built 100 teams in my career, man. I've had to rebuild my teams 100 different times. Talent definitely trumps all, but if you're a bad teammate, your team's not going to win. The players aren't fixing each other's mistakes. You know what I mean? They're not getting mad at each other because I'm the bad guy. I'm the one telling you did something stupid. I'm the one telling you did something dumb. I don't need your teammate bitching at you or doing this. I bitch at you and do that. So I let myself be the bad guy and let the players just be players. So yeah, that's sort of how I got into it and why I got into it. Yeah, he was there and he played okay. Not great, obviously. I would say he wasn't even the top 3 Indian players as far as performance goes. I'm actually going to give you a list of top 3. The top 3 that actually impressed me most was Lightning Fast was first. He was actually the closest to making the team. And then I think Venka and Techno were the next 2, and for me that impressed the most. I think Venka is a duelist that shows talent, but just raw. Very raw with decent upside, but he's got to live up to the expectation. He's got to keep grinding. He's got to keep playing. He's got to put the work in. And then Techno, I felt like was just solid. He was very solid overall. He had good comms. He had good decision making, good util usage. You know, just needs a little bit more time to polish everything. You might see a different community, Indian community next season, and a different teams coming out of Southeast Asia as far as being able to compete at Ascension. Hey RV, I'm maybe from stream today, but yes, I agree 100%. We have to work harder than the other teams, and that doesn't necessarily mean playing more. It means playing more efficiently, working harder as far as like how we're working. So every day we come to scrims, like I don't allow like goofing around, and I don't mean not goofing around. We have fun. I mean like we play scenarios the way we should be playing them in matches. I don't want you running it down. I don't want you wide swinging something just because it's a scrim. I want you to play every scenario like it's a match, and that's what I mean by working harder. So I'm constantly, I feel like we're going to work harder this season than other teams. We're going to be more organized than other teams. We're going to play the game correctly and do the things correctly. The fundies, the fundamentals, things that we prepped, we coached on Lev. That's the same things that I'm going to be bringing to GE, and I feel like that's going to be a huge boon to us throughout the season. And I think that's something that will help us catch up to these APAC teams and possibly, you know, become one of the better APAC teams in general. Ooh, Gen G, man. They're the best team in APAC, and I want to play against the best and beat the best. So I'm most excited to play against Gen G. Outside of that, I would say SBG, just because their playstyle was so unique. What they did at Ascension was so good. Like, I love that they were banning Ascent most of the tournament, and they just randomly picked some random comp on Ascent and just owned on it. I feel like I'm excited to play against them just to see what they come up with between now and next season. You know, at the end of the day, bro, no one's gonna remember you lost map 1 if you win the next 2. Just shake it off, move on. Ain't nothing matter. Nothing you can do about it now. Just play the next map, focus back in, lock in. If we don't make champs, it is a failure of a season for me. A failure. And I don't think I felt that way before we started scrimming. But after 2 weeks of scrims, if we don't make champs, it's a failure. It means that we didn't do what we are capable of and should have done. And so if I want to put a new goal, it's making at least one Masters event along with champs. I don't have drip. We wear champs. We win champs. I'm gonna get a dripped out chain. But no, the aura, whatever you guys say, bro, that's just slow motion video and braids. It makes me look way cooler than I am. As you can see, it don't look near as cool without the braids. But I'll be having the braids all season just for you guys. I promise. I've been around for so long, the haters don't mean anything to me, bro. They're just words on a screen. You're not going to hurt my feelings. You say whatever you like. I enjoy that there's fans with that kind of passion. You can only be hated as much as you can be loved. It goes hand in hand, right? So if we go and win, they're going to love us as much as they hate us, which is I'm fully down for. What I'll say, though, is like,
push the hate towards me, not the players. The players aren't the one talking cocky. The players are the one are putting these huge expectations on us. It's me. So if anything happens, just you know, direct the hate towards me, not the kids, bro. These guys are kids. Just let them play video games, all right? Oh my god, no, I cannot. I just learned how to say Rushi. I only just found out today it was Rushi and not Rushi. I'm struggling not to butcher names right now. So yeah, I cannot say anything Hindi. If you want to tell me something I can say, I'll definitely try my best.
इतनी शिद्दत से मैंने तुम्हें पाने की कोशिश की है.
No, bro, there's no way.
Okay, I'll try something simpler. इस बार हम जीतेंगे. It means this time we will win.
इस बार
हाँ? हम जीतेंगे.
इस बार hitching No, bro.
जीतेंगे.
इस बार हम जीतेंगे.
Nice.
Yeah, I did it. What's up, boys? इस बार हम जीतेंगे.
They say water is both the giver of life and a force that shapes everything it touches. It flows, it adapts, and it never stops moving. From the depths of the sea, I carry the power of the dragon. Silent, but fierce.
What's up, guys? My name is Preston Dornan, but you guys can call me Juvenile.
I guess we'll see on the internet.
Whoa. So finally हम announcement video shoot कर रहे हैं हमारे head coach का. बट मैंने सोचा हम लोग इतना इंटरेस्टिंग कंटेंट पीस शूट कर रहे हैं तो थोड़ा आपको बिहाइंड द सीन्स मैजिक तो दिखाना बनता है, राइट? ये वो मोमेंट है जहाँ हमारा कोच रेडी हो रहा है. बोल रहा था थोड़ा नर्वस है, तो चलते हैं पूछते हैं क्या हाल है, क्या चल रहा है. Are you excited for your first shoot, photo shoot?
Yeah, I'm excited. It's just a visa shoot. This was way more complicated than just a visa picture.
I mean, it's for official documentation, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, goodbye American citizenship.
Yeah, man, this is something I've been wanting to do since I was like a kid, man. Like 10 years old, I've been wanting to braid my hair. So I'm gonna get my hair officially like braided for the shoot. Hopefully it turns out good after. I guess we'll see on the internet.
So बहुत ही cozy है salon पे हम लोग आए हैं, and जो कोरियन experts हैं उन लोग ने पूरा responsibility ली है कि हमारे कोच जुवेनाइल को एकदम स्टार बना देंगे. ठीक है, ये तो बिफोर था, वो अभी मैजिक करेंगे, उसके बाद हमारा टर्न होएगा टू डू द मैजिक ऑन स्क्रीन. तो आई थिंक हमारा हेड कोच वापस आ गया है. लेट्स गो. आर वी रेडी फॉर दिस? आर वी रेडी फॉर दिस?
Ready?
Damn!
Hey! I love it. It feels really good. It looks nice. It feels good. Clean.
It's damn clean, dude. So this is your new look now?
For a week at least.
एक चीज़ मैं बोलना भूल गया कि हम लोग को कल शूट के लिए थोड़ी चीज़ें शॉप करनी थी, कॉस्ट्यूम वाइज एंड एक दो यूटिलिटी वाइज. बेसिकली हम लोग एक जैकेट ढूंढ रहे हैं सेक्सी जो जर्सी को छुपा पाएगा, एंड एक शेड्स ढूंढ रहे हैं. अब कैसे वो यूज़ करने वाले हैं वो आपको लगता है फाइनल वीडियो में ही पता चलेगा. I think with that we are complete with our shopping. Now चलते हैं directly set पे. Ready for the shoot?
Ready, bro.
Yeah? Oh, whoa. What up? Looking good, man.
Thank you, man.
Actually, this suits you.
Right?
Yeah. So हमारा जो DOP है वो कल available नहीं था and अच्छा ही है because कल काफ़ी overcast था so there was no sunlight. आज luckily sun निकला है तो हम लोग ने जो shots plan किए थे उसके लिए we needed the sun. Hoping जब हम boat पे जाए तब मस्त sunlight आए and थोड़े silhouette shots and everything जो हम लोग ने plan किया है वो अच्छे से जाए. You're watching it like, huh? And then you look up. This guy? Okay. Okay, ready? So, एक और location खत्म हो गया है. How's it going so far?
Man, it's been amazing. I'm a little nerd from Texas starting my own movie right now.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, man, it's been so much fun. Like, this is all a dream come true, you know?
Okay, welcome to the last location. ये सबसे महंगा location है. इसके लिए हम लोग ने बहुत research किया. Basically, ये location का नाम है सेबी आइलैंड and यहाँ से हम एक boat पे जाने वाले हैं. और जो हमारा शूट का टेक्निकली लास्ट सीक्वेंस है वो हमारे फिल्म का ओपनिंग है. हम चाहते थे कि दिखाएं कि हमारा जो हेड कोच है वो लेवाइथन को छोड़ के लिटरली सोल सिटी शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं एंड ये उनका ओपनिंग शॉट है. सो लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोस.
Good thing and bad thing though.
Action. This is your moment. This is your city. Damn, ऐसा सनसेट पता नहीं कितने सालों बाद देखने मिला है. On the boat with the crew.
Thank you so much, G. Thank you so much, fans, man. You guys make this shit possible.
Action. I know थोड़ा क्लीशे है, but हम जा रहे हैं एक इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट. Are you excited, by the way?
Oh man, I'm so excited right now. I got a bunch of suggestions from Twitter.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm so ready.
Be careful, it's a bit hot.
It's very hot.
Hot, right?
Very hot, but it's good. It's very good, but it's hot.
Okay.
Should I be nervous?
You've never had this, right?
No, I've never had this. Should I just eat it plain or stuff?
Yeah, just play. Okay.
It feels like it's a light bread. Yeah.
Dal tadka, chicken tikka masala, butter chicken. Which one are you attacking first? Okay, moment of truth.
Let's try this with the bread and the chicken. Here we go.
It's too hot.
It's so good. So far, this wins.
The chili chicken?
Chili chicken wins.
ओके तो अभी और शूट नहीं करेंगे बिकॉज बहुत भूख लग रही है. शादी फोटोग्राफर नहीं है हम लोग बट ओवरऑल वर्डिंग अच्छा रहा है. ही रियली लाइक्स द फूड एंड मेरे को बोला दैट ही वुड लव टू ट्रैवल टू इंडिया एंड ट्राई सम पानी पूरी, चाट एंड पाव भाजी. Be there soon, right? So experience epic tha. Any closing notes?
Oh man, it's absolutely amazing. I'm full. I'm about to go pass out and have the food come out.
So the only standing that's acceptable to me is
we will do whatever it takes to win.